going to call to order the May 2022, 2005 meeting of the City of Concord Finance Committee to order. I'll start by calling the roll. Councilor Brown?
Here.
Councilor Champlin is here. Councilor Fennessy, no. Councilor Foote?
Present.
Councilor Grady Sexton?
Here.
Councilor Horn?
Here.
Councilor Keach is not. Councilor Kretovic?
Yes.
Councilor Kurtz?
Here.
Councilor McLaughlin?
Here.
Councilor McNamara?
Present.
Councilor Schlosser is not present. Councilor Schultz is excused. Councilor Seku?
Here.
Councilor Todd? Here. Seeing that we have a quorum, we'll move forward.
Showed up. I was over here by myself.
I'll entertain a motion to adopt the minutes of the May 19th, 2025 Finance Committee meeting.
Approval.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Ayes have it. The minutes are approved. Mr. City Manager, the floor is yours.
Your Honor, members of the council, so tonight we'll review the operating budget for the Community Development Department, Library, Parks and Recreation, and Human Services. And when these budgets are complete, you finish those, I'll turn the presentation over to the Assistant Community Development Director, Tim Thompson, to discuss the capital improvement program. And so you'll want to please go to your agenda item number 4, Community Development. And you'll want to be on page 138. On page 138, you can see revenues budget to budget are down $40,000 or 2%. And the changes are construction permits. While the construction permits are up $26,000, the application fees are down $5,000, or review fees are down $55,000, because we don't want to over anticipate these dollars coming in. You really don't know until you get them in, so we really look at projects we are pretty certain are coming, but generally more come during the year, so we're trying to be conservative with that amount. And on page 139, if you scroll to the next page, you can see expenses budget to budget are down $112,000. So while revenues are down 40, expenses are down $112,000, or 2%. Wage and benefit decreases are $137,000, or 3%. And that's due to staffing changes that we've had over the year. Professional service increases up by $10,000 for different annual maintenance fees, and software and hardware maintenance is up $15,000 for Energov system, the permitting system, and the GIS software. I'd be glad to answer any questions.
Any questions for the city manager? Seeing none, please proceed.
Okay. The next item, you want to close that item and go to item number 5. And just to remind folks at home, this is all on the web. You can go to concordnh.gov, and the budget's all there, just as I'm going through it. The next section is library, and you want to start on page 148. And revenues budget to budget are up 6%. $6,000 or 2%, and fines for overdue books are down $1,000. Transfers in from the Dane Trust is up $7,000, and that's to offset a portion of the library books and materials increases for visual arts. So we have a trust fund where we draw the dollars from. That's why you see the 7 and 1 up with 6. Expense budgets to budget are up $95,000 or 4%. And that's mainly due to changes in wages and benefits based on contracts. That's $79,000 of the $95,000. Professional development is up $2,000. Software maintenance is up $4,000, and libraries, books, and materials is up $11,000. Glad to answer any questions.
Any questions for the city manager? Councilor Brown.
Yes. Are we seeing any changes based on federal legislation impacting our library? Like where we're picking up more of the tab that federal dollars would have?
I think the issue is going to be if something happens with the state library and the interlibrary loan. Well, I'll talk about money first and then policy second. The interlibrary loan, that could potentially go away if the state, because a lot of that money that the state uses to run that program comes from the feds. That could very much go away, and you've seen that disappear, actually, I think, already in some states, in some communities. But that's still, we're taking that. We'll come back and let you know if that's taken place. The other thing is just legislation in general dealing with the way books are determined and what's used and what can be used and what can't be used, or according to what people think can be used and not used. And we'll keep you up to date. I'm sure the library trustees will afford you that. But right now, nothing, no change.
So do we put any money into interlibrary loan at all?
There
or-
is some dollars in that.
Good evening.
Welcome,
Hi,
Mr.
everyone.
Fabian.
Yeah, so we do have some dollars in there for ILL loans for some of the costs go to other libraries, as well as some staff time to help facilitate those. So the van service, though, is totally paid for by the state library, the IMLS grant. Right now, as the city manager said, there's no reason to be, plan for changes. There certainly are concerns out there about some of the funding streams, but right now, it's all, a threat. There's nothing that's concrete moving forward yet.
Yes, I'd like to ask about the downloadable. I thought, I'd heard legislation might impact some of our online services. Can you speak to that?
Yeah, so again, that's part of the IMLS issue with the funding. So Libby Overdrive, what used to be, and now it's a Libby app, downloadables that we have greatly used, everyone uses them. So the central library, the state library kind of acts as the hub. A lot of our 230 public libraries, we all pay a formula into the system, and then it kind of allocates out from there. So there's sort of the central repository for how it works. There's staffing the state library pays for from IMLS grant. There's facilities, there's services, there's formula, how they figure this out, the collection development plans that go into it. So all of that, again, is sort of unknown what would happen should that go away. How are we going to make up for that? How are we going to plan for some sort of replacement system? We're certainly having conversations, but there's nothing concrete yet to cut that.
One last one. If that was to be cut, and I'm looking at a lot of people download, I know I download a lot. What would the cost be to pick that up?
Unfortunately, there's no way to know. I mean, 230 libraries, we all pay into it. We also have advanced collections, so our Concord residents get more of a shorter lead time, so I can look at hold lists and order extra copies, so it's not as long of a wait for Concord residents. Until that breaks up, we'd have to have conversations with the vendor, Overdrive, and say, hey, we lost this service. What can we do to replace it from a Concord side or some kind of consortium cost? Exactly. How do we work with our neighbor libraries to do something? So I can't quantify it until it goes away or we know that the threat's going away then.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Any other questions? All right, thank you, Mr. Fabian.
Sure.
Thank you.
Good, city manager?
So your next item you'll want to be is item number 6. That's Parks and Recreation. You want to be on page 152. So budget to budget revenues overall are up $60,000 or 5%. And this is really driven by increased participation in the programs, not by rate increases. These are more folks, particularly children, signing up for different programs. So I'll give you examples. Camps is up by 6,000, aquatics is up by 13,000, program, just general program in general, fees in general, 17,000, rentals, 13,000, and there is some additional monies coming in from trust, but only $4,000 there. If you go to page 153, looking at expenses budget to budget, they're up $198,000 or 5%. Of that 198,000, 153,000 is wages and benefits based on the contracts. We're also proposing to, requesting that you install flagpoles at 3 cemeteries that don't have flagpoles right now, and that money would come out of a trust fund that would pay for those. So if you don't want to do the flagpoles, then the money stays in the trust. Doesn't impact the local property taxes. Playground, something called chimney climbers. They need to be repaired at Rollins and Kimball Parks, and that's a total of $12,000 to make sure they stay safe. And staff and supplies for the continuation of the Spark program, which we're continuing to expand. It's been going fabulously. That's $33,000. So why don't we do that, and then I want to go on to something else that's a little heavy, but a little different than this. But it's really the Parks and Recs. So I'd be glad to take any questions on so far, what I've got
All
so
right,
far.
any questions so far? Councilor Grady Sexton.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Manager, is the 33,000 for the Spark, would that help expand the program, or?
Yes, yeah. When we originally did it, we estimated it'd be about 17,000, but I budgeted about 20 because we weren't sure because it was first year. And it's got to the point where it's that well used and that well needed. We want to continue to expand it, and we want to make sure it works up in Pennacook. So there's additional costs associated with that. So I want to make sure it has enough resources to do that.
Thank you so much.
Any questions? Councilor Horn.
The library and Parks and Rec each seem to have a jump on their communication line. Do you know what that was?
I think that's really the allocation from IT, but I'll ask David if he.
Yes, it is. Yep.
It's IT allocation cost from what their expenses are. We allocate those out to the departments.
Councilor Brown.
Yes, I know there's a lot of volunteers at Parks and Rec, and you just said that camps, it's up 6% and aquatics 13%, is that correct?
Camp 6,000.
6,000?
6,000 and aquatics 13,000.
Dollars or attendees?
Dollars.
Okay. Do any of the trainers receive revenue from teaching any of those courses or camps? Any of the staff?
There are some, a lot of the programs, they receive revenue from that, of who signs up for the number of people signing for the programs. Otherwise, we don't run the programs. But they're the program teachers.
Like a yoga
They're
teacher.
not, they wouldn't be like staff members doing that. It'd be, yeah, so somebody wants to run a yoga class, they run it in the community center, there's dollars they derive from that, and then, of course, we collect dollars at the same time.
Follow up, Your Honor?
Follow up.
I just want to clarify. So
Yeah.
my sister, for example, she taught a cooking class, and I know she had to have so many people in the class to
Right.
make it worthwhile. But do any of the Parks and Rec employees receive any revenue from teaching any classes? Like teaching any swim classes, doing
don't.
any camps?
No. No. Thank you, David.
Councilor Todd.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Manager, item 90 in the program change requests was not funded, $18,000 for Placier software, which I think is the tracking of the foot traffic. Do we have, are we okay? I think that's an important aspect, but I assume we're doing fine even without that software in terms of being able to track, or how would that improve?
I think it would, depends on how, I'm going to use the word invasive, that isn't the right word. You want to be, essentially it tracks when somebody comes into a park, we can track them when they come to the park, where they go next, and where they go next, and where they go next. So,
All right.
okay,
I wasn't aware of that.
so if you go to the park and then you go down and have a beer someplace, I can tell, but I can't tell it's you, I can tell that you, so there's a relationship between that. My thought is, David has been talking, David Gill, the Recreation, has been talking about, it would be very valuable in terms of, say, our Wings and Wheels program or something other program, how effective was it? Where did it bring people? Did people come from Rhode Island? I hope not, but did people come from Rhode Island to the program?
I don't take offense at that.
I know, none given, right? So I would hope, but you could tell whether, is that program where you're marketing, is it actually working? Are you tracking people from the region, or is it all people in the neighborhood? Interestingly, to find, you could actually see, we've run some examples of this, people from one side of the river will come to the other side of the river for those amenities, so folks will come. So I think if you do a new inclusionary park over at White Park, will you get people from the entire central region of New Hampshire coming? Yes. Where are they coming from? Why are they coming here? Where do they go next after they come here? That'd be very valuable data. However, again, it could be a little invasive of tracking where you came from. I could see what door, where you left from when you came here from Sunapee, and then where you went after you came here. So do I really, do I need to have that information? It might be something that we work with another organization on, and maybe they have it, and we can do certain studies. If you wanted to do, how effective is our outreach for market days, working with InTown or something like that. But I don't know if we actually want to have that software and have all that information, which then becomes public information too at the same time. So it's something we can talk about.
Follow up.
Yeah, thank you. I think I certainly agree with that. I could see another aspect of this that could be valuable, which is, what is the economic impact of our parks
That's exactly right.
facilities on other local businesses. So in other words, we could really much more readily provide a metric to that.
Right.
if
And,
we had that
and
data.
are people aware of the assets that, or, you know, like you open up a new trail system? How do we make sure we market to folks we want to be able to know that that trail system's there, you know, that type. It's endless, what you can do with it.
Follow-up, yes, thank you. That's right. So for the new trail, but then also for our existing facilities, so the arena, the golf course, all of those where we have an assumption that people are maybe going, did something before in the city at a restaurant or a hotel or after, but we don't really know.
And then you could go to that restaurant and say, do you realize 500 people from our event then went to your restaurant after? Would you like to participate in offsetting the cost for that event? I can show you the data that it actually makes sense for you to invest in that. So, yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. Following up on the people that give courses at our recreation departments, are they considered 1099 employees where we're going to give, or 1099 contractors, we're going to give them a 1099 at the end of the year? Or are they W-2 employees where we're collecting the 6.2% on Social Security plus the 1.2% on Medicare on both sides, so keeping 15% in order to cover their taxes?
Can I bring up my lawyer? No. But it's, I got to say they're 1099 employees.
Not contractors, not employees.
They're not, no, contractors,
you.
1099. 1099.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Welcome. I got half of it right. Okay.
Councilor Brown.
Going back to this program, is this something that we could use push notifications as well? So let's say they're leaving the pool, could say, hey, you know, this program is happening at the community center, you should check it out.
I'm not aware you could do that with it, but maybe you could redirect them from their GPS and send them certain.
Is it that powerful?
There's an idea. There's an app for somebody.
That might be body snatching. Mr. City Manager, I have a question. On page 154, service indicators, looking at the number of pool users, the number estimated for this year is, this fiscal year is 41,000. Same number projected. Is that discrete users, discrete individuals, or is that a number of uses?
That's the number of uses, as I understand it.
Right.
Yes.
So if I had a family of 4 and we went
Every week.
every week, then that would be.
You could be 37, right.
Gotcha. Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Can I-
Councilor Kretovic.
Thank you. I apologize.
Go right ahead.
Mine's a follow-up to yours. We learned last year that if I'm a resident and, well, actually, it wouldn't be me going in the pool, but if it was my kids and they were bringing 4 kids from Bosquen to the Rolfe Park pool, there's no charge for that because you're allowed to bring up to 4 non-residents to the pool. Are they counted as 5 people?
Yes.
Thank you.
Councilor Curtis.
This is changing topics within Parks and Rec.
Yeah,
Is that
go ahead.
everybody okay? Okay, great. I have a question about line 85 in the program change request, which is for a Parks master plan. And I'm just curious about the relationship. I know we do standalone plans as well as the master planning process, but in the absence of a Parks master plan, what will we do in the master plan process? Could you speak a little bit to that relationship
Sure.
as the Parks master plan is not funded?
You would do, I think you would do a Parks master plan as part of the overall master plan. But I think people use master plan a lot, that terminology. You have in the past done master plans, neighborhood master plans and you go to use Rollins as an example. You'll go to Rollins and go to the Rollins folks neighborhood and talk to all the people there and say, what do you envision for your park for the next 25, 30 years? And we actually did that with a lot of parks. And then what you see in the capital budget are elements that came out of those plans that are then implemented by the city council when you adopt those. And really plans, you think about, most plans are adopted by planning board, and then they incorporate themselves into the capital budget and into the master plan in general. But no, it doesn't mean you won't have a robust parks plan as part of the master plan. But you may want to do special area plans. You know, you could say Rolfe and say, let's take a real look at Rolfe. Things have changed up there. There's a lot more people living there. There's a lot more people who can walk there. Where do you want to go next? Rollins is a good example because do you want to do, I brought it up in the past, do you want to do a splash pad at Rollins? You got the room, you have one at Keach, and when it have the one in the south end, I think it would make sense to have one in the north end. And, but that could be, again, it gets costly, and you got to figure out what's important, so.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Counselor Brown?
Yes, I was just wondering where we were at with our lifeguard status, if we have enough lifeguards for the season.
Can I ask David? David or Laura?
Good evening, Mayor,
Welcome.
members of the council.
Go.
The question was how are we doing with lifeguards? We are still looking for 10. We do have interviews coming up this week, so the story a couple weeks ago with WMUR and the Patch did a good story saying, hey, we need lifeguards is working, so we're seeing a slight uptick.
Was 15, right?
Was 15, correct.
Counselor Kurtz?
Follow up to this, I had a conversation yesterday with someone who was like, oh, but I haven't done the course yet, you know, it's too late. And I tried to say, it's not too late, I'm sure this problem can be solved. Can this problem be solved if there are interested
Yes,
parties?
there's classes coming up mid and late June.
Great.
They can apply, if they get job offer, if they take the test, pass the test, and work the summer, we will reimburse the cost of the class.
Thank you.
Counselor Brady Sexton?
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Gill, if people are watching and interested in becoming a lifeguard, who would they contact? Where would they go?
To apply or to talk about what it takes?
Either.
ConcordNH.gov, look at employment. Online application is there. Specific questions, folks can call the Parks and Rec office, talk to Laura Bryan, or Dan, and we can walk you through the process.
So thank you.
Counselor McNamara?
Thank you. Someone asked me in my ward, how deep is the standing water at any point in the splash pad?
I would say less than a half an inch,
Okay.
but I have not measured it.
Follow up, Your
I've
Honor?
been there.
So, my question, I guess, is would a certified first aid and CPR person with that certification be able to work the splash pad, or do we have to have a certified lifeguard?
The splash pad, the benefits of the splash pad is just CPR and first aid.
You don't have a lifeguard.
Do not have lifeguards there. So anybody who works there does have CPR and first aid.
Perfect, thank you.
Counselor Brown?
Yes, so looking at these numbers, 40,497, you were only open 59 days. Do these numbers include splash pad?
Yes, is all the aquatic facilities.
That's one of the reasons it's up so high, because that's so popular.
That's great.
Any other questions? Parks and Rec? Mr. Gill, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
City Manager?
Okay, let's get
Plunge forward.
some heavier stuff. So one of the things you've been talking about items that were not funded in the request that Park and Rec made, and one of the ones that I did want to fund, but I didn't want to fund it without talking to you, is that there's a request for the cleanup of Healy Park in the amount of $205,000, and with every other year reoccurring cost of $20,000. And the scope of the project would be to clean up the homeless camps and cut the underbrush to increase sight lines and visibility in the area for the purposes of safety for everyone. Funding was requested for the cleanup of the campsites, cutting the undergrowth, renovating the walking trails, and installing new informational signs in the park. So really try to encourage more use of the park. So the cleanup of the camps itself would be $90,000. Cutting of the undergrowth would be $90,000. Trail signs would be $25,000, and then every other year reoccurring costs, which you wouldn't have to have this year, would be $20,000 every other year to keep the brush down, keep the sight lines open. So if the city council agrees with the cleanup idea, what I would recommend is that the community improvement, we have what's called a community improvement reserve, and which has a balance of $1.25 million, which is designated for nothing right now other than what you deem to be community improvements. And I would recommend using that to offset the cost so there's no impact on the tax rate. And recall that the majority of that fund, roughly $1.14 million, was recently received from a grant that the city successfully applied for from the state. Remember all the housing projects you did. Because of that, the state rewarded the city with $1.14 million grant. We added that to some dollars that was already there. That's where the $1.25 million comes from. And then what I would also do is task city staff with the daily removal of people that violate the rules of no camping on the city property. So again, this is really a policy decision. It made no sense to clean up the camp if within 60 days it's going to go back to exactly where it was, and I'm back in asking for another sum of dollars to do this. So if you agree, what I'd ask you to do is add that expense, or some expense, but also add the revenue so that there's no impact on the residents. And that money, again, is not earmarked for anything else, and I think we could accomplish that this summer. It really is unsafe for people visiting the site, and that site is unsafe for people who are down there now. We're not doing anybody a favor by having that as a homeless camp. So, glad to answer any questions.
All right, questions, Councilor Todd.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you, Mr. Manager, for paying attention to this issue. The department request amount for funding was $225,000. So do you have in mind a figure that you think we should be starting out with?
205.
205,000.
Because you don't, the 25, the extra 20 to get from 205 to 225 will be the $20,000 reoccurring cost, which you will not need the first year because you've just done the work.
I'm with you, Jill. Thank you.
Councilor Grady Sexton.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Manager, last time the Public Safety Advisory Board met, I think we understood that there might be 11 people camping in that area, which is
You right?
dramatically reduced
It
from.
is dramatically reduced. So I think that's why
That's standard, right?
the
Yeah.
opportunity is, I think, now to do it. Right.
Follow up?
Follow up.
And what would the plan be in order to work with those 11 people to relocate?
We'd have our social workers work with them, to work with all our agencies to try to find places to locate people. But essentially, you got to get out. And you know, we've done this. We've done cleanup camps along before the sunflower farm fields were the sunflower farm fields. We had folks camped all the way along that riverbank, and we worked with them to help find them assistance and move out. But it had to be done, and they moved out, and the sites were cleaned up. And we had people who could deal with the hazardous waste that was down there.
Follow up.
Last question, thank you so much. Are city staff and the social service agencies that we currently contract with confident that there would be alternative spaces for the individuals who are living there right now? I mean, I think the concern would be that people would just relocate to different areas that might not be.
We do not have places for people, because if I did, then I'd be able to locate a lot of other people into those facilities. We do not have places set aside right now. We'd have to work with the folks over the next couple of months. This is not going to happen overnight. This is something we'd do over several months.
Sorry, last one. But there would be a plan put in place before enacting on.
Right, and
if
give
should
people
we
plenty of
focus.
notice that we have to do things. And you'll recall we did this when we worked with, go back a little bit. You remember some of you may remember when the Endicott Hotel was a disaster.
Yep.
Or the Vegas block was a disaster. And we worked with those folks who were in those facilities to find the other housing folks. And we found housing for everybody. And nobody was displaced. Can't say that now. I can't say with this because of the way the conditions are now. But I think we have to make the move. Now, if we're going to make the move, we need to make it now. If we wait till the fall, then we're moving in towards winter, and it'd be very difficult and unfair, I think, to folks to do something then.
Thank you so much.
Councilor Curtis.
Yes, thank you. Mr. Manager, you referenced in your plan that should we proceed with cleanup, that you would then direct city staff to address individuals in violation of the policy. Do you mean police officers?
That's correct.
And
social workers.
And do you have a sense of the cost, the additional cost or the burden of hours to the department to do that?
It would be within the existing budget. There'd be no additional cost.
Thank you.
Councilor Schlosser.
So thank you for bringing this up, Mr. City Manager. I had the opportunity to visit the park 2 weeks ago with Mr. Gill, who took us down there, and it really is a disaster. It's really an abomination, and it really and it's really not fit at this time for citizens to use that space. In addition, I've been contacted by folks who appreciate that with the flooding of the Merrimack River, a lot of that garbage and trash is actually getting transported down the river, which is no bargain for the Merrimack or other folks. So I think it's an important issue to to clean up that park, remove the trash, and make it really attractive and for our citizens to use. At the same time, I just want to acknowledge that I'm not aware of any transitional housing spaces that we have. And so by that, what I mean is simpler, lower cost opportunities to get people out of the woods, give them basic sanitation facilities, and a roof over their head. And I was wondering how we might work with city staff, community development, or others to develop options to consider for transitional spaces. I've heard of rooming houses, tiny homes, sanctioned encampments, and for all the options I've heard, there's sort of pros and cons. There's benefits to those sorts of schemes, and there's downsides. But I think in order to really enforce, to ensure the safety of our parks and the cleanliness of our parks, it would be helpful to have transitional housing opportunities for some of these folks, not fancy apartments or anything like that, but just places where we can offer them to keep them out of the elements, keep them safe, keep them sanitary, and then work. And then what I've heard from the case managers is that once people are in a transitional housing space of some sort, then it's actually easier for the case manager to work with them because they can find them. They don't have to go out. If they have a housing voucher or subsidy or some service, they don't have to go out and track down the individual, but they actually can find them. So there's benefits to that. So I guess I'd welcome your advice and ideas of how we might work with city staff to develop whatever options we might consider, and then figure out together as a community what's going to serve us best, what kind of transitional housing is going to serve us best.
I think that's one of the things that we're looking at in terms of, as we go through the transition now between now and when the master plan done, is looking at updating our zoning regulations, changing the regulations to see whether or not there's opportunities in there to do something like that. I know the Chamber of Commerce is very much interested, particularly the real estate and the housing elements associated with that. So that's something we're doing. I'm meeting with them. I know all of you have probably met with the Chamber and had discussions on this.
Yep.
So I think it's at the forefront of their mind and mine also. And of course, as you know, I've asked you to approve additional dollars into the, so we'll be talking about it a little bit later, into the Human Services budget to help folks and help people transition to where they are. So if they do qualify for that, that we could actually assist folks. So I think it's a combination of assisting and taking a look at the regulations, see if there's an appropriate ways to make what you're talking about work. What we're seeing many times is many of the housing units that are now coming in being proposed for the city, they actually are smaller. There's a lot more studios, there's a lot more one-bedroom places. So I think that bodes well for us going forward. So, which is one of the reasons we received the $1.14 million grant, is it was creating all this additional housing, and there's a lot more coming. So I think we just need to stay on that.
Great, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Other questions? City Manager, thank you so much for coming to us with a proposal about a very difficult situation. It's something that I've certainly heard from a number of constituents about, so we appreciate it, and we'll obviously take that into consideration.
Well, I've been listening to the Public Safety Advisory Committee and what they've been dealing with, so I think this is I saw it as a natural outgrowth of that committee's work. So, so I'd like to move on to the Human Services Department, if I could.
Yes, please.
So you want to go to item number 7.
Sorry.
May I ask a question before we move on?
Certainly.
Thank you, Your Honor. When we had our cleanup day last month, there were many folks in attendance that recognized what was going on at Healy Park. And also, it was very eye-opening to many of us who were cleaning up in the Common Man, CVS, Water Street Bridge area. And that bridge, I was shocked at the number of people that were living underneath that bridge, which I believe is city property, correct? So would it be possible to assign a value to clean that up as well?
Will do.
I don't mean to add to your
We
workload,
just did.
but
I got help. I got people.
it's just, it was shocking and disturbing to
take a
me
look at it.
what was going on, and I think it's affecting the businesses in that area. So just as though, we had issues up towards Horseshoe Pond, and they seem to move south. That area, I've spoken with many of the businesses in that area. We all know there's been several break-ins. We've had all sorts of assaults and those type of activities, and I think it would be a help to those businesses to perform the same duties there as it would be at Healy Park. It'd be good to have a cost estimate, what that work would cost.
We could try to work with CSX. The difficulty, as you notice, is there's a commonality here, which is the spine of the CSX rail corridor, back and forth, and we'll traverse that. We can work with them, but of course, they're out of Atlanta, so it's a little more difficult than it was in the past, but they're dealing with the same thing. A lot of that is property also that's focused on. Well, I think the issue with Healy, and I think it has to do with the Merrimack River Greenway Trail in the future, is the more activity and the more use those areas get, I think the less inviting it will be for people to set up shop, so to speak. So, but I will do exactly what you ask. So,
Thank you, sir.
you're welcome.
Thank you.
Okay.
Certainly. Mr. City Manager.
You want to go to the next item, which is item number 7, Human Services. And Human Services, and that's on page 158. And revenues, budget to budget, are flat, as you can see. Expenses, budget to budget, are up 48,000 or 5%, and the main drivers here are about half of it, or about 40% of it, is wages and benefits. Those are the different contracts. That's $20,000. And the other dollars are the $25,000 I asked for additional $25,000 in rent, based on what we're seeing in experience for rent dollars that Karen makes available to folks, to house folks. And I'd be glad to answer any questions. And I know that the last meeting I promised Karen would be here, so I haven't turned around yet to see if she's there.
She is.
She is? Thank goodness. So, Karen, you might as well come up. But I'd be glad to answer any questions that I can. So.
Councilor Horn.
Wait for Karen to arrive.
Wait for someone who knows.
I thought you would. I just wanted to recognize you.
Good to see you. How you doing?
I'm good, how are you?
Oh, good.
Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you for having me. Honorable Mayor and Council, thank you so much for having me here today. So my name is Karen M.S. Williams, and I wanted to give a quick overview of RSA 165, which is what I work under. So RSA 165 says that under that law, we are mandated by law to assist any poor person who is unable to assist themselves. So we help out with the basics. That is rent, food, prescriptions, personal hygiene items, shelter when a person is unhoused, utilities, and even indigent burial. So that's what we do. When a person comes to us, we are mandated to, regardless of where they're coming from, that we have to look at that individual's needs and be able to address it. It's not about, I have an interesting job because I have to maintain the taxpayer dollars, but I also have to meet the need of the individuals that we have. Since post-COVID, it's been quite difficult with a lot of more complex cases that we've seen. Generally, all of our interviews are taking about a 2-hour window. Not because we want to make things difficult for anybody, but there's a lot that we have to do. We have to verify what their resources are, what their income is. We have to look at 30 days of income versus expenses for every person that comes in that they have, because we want to make sure that the individuals that are coming in, that they need our assistance, that they don't have additional resources available to them. We've had plenty of times that an individual who come in and say they have $5,000, but they wanted to save that for a rainy day, and unfortunately, we have to look at that as an available resource at that time. So one of the things that we want to do is make sure that we are utilizing taxpayer dollars, that we're doing our job, and that is going to be able to say, do you have anything? What happened? A lot of our folks now have a Chime account. If you ever seen one of those, they're very complex to understand because it's a lot of moving parts to that. I have to look at their Venmo for the past 30 days, what has been received, what has been sent out. Cash App, I have to look at that. I have to look at PayPal. Any other wallet or any electronic wallet that they have that they're receiving money, I have to take that into consideration. That's just part of it. So we do a budget to see is a person eligible or not on paper. Sometimes that's just a tool. We also have to look at if this individual, even if it's saying that, are they under eviction?
If they're in eviction, that's going to take precedence for anything else that we may have, because on paper, they may not be eligible, but they have a need. So we're going to look at that. We do try to do a really good job of calling our landlords and really working with them to try to save housing. We want to do the preventive work. We don't want to be reactionary. I've been doing this for over 20 years. If I can do preventive work, I would prefer that than having to deal with a case right now when they come into our household or into our department that we have to make a decision, finding housing immediately. That's a hard part of what the work that it is. And I want to pause there to see if there's any questions before I continue, because I would like to answer Councilwoman's, your questions that you had for me. Yes.
Councilor Horn?
You asked for 50,000 additional dollars for special program rent. A two-part question. Can you tell us what you're seeing for needs that made you need to ask for that, and how it'll affect those in need if you don't get the addition? In this budget, you have 25,000. If you don't get the additional 25,000.
Well, I am very unique. You have to fund me one way or another. That's the law. We try to do this, we try to prepare ourselves the best that we can. I don't have that magic ball to be able to say this is what we're actually going to utilize. Whether I have money there or not, the city, unfortunately, is mandated by law. You have to meet that need. I can never say to an individual, we've assisted you too much, we are over income, we're out of money. I cannot say that. That's why it's so important for us to do our due diligence in the work that we're doing, and really working with our community partners to see, is there anything that we can do to try to either prevent and keep a person housed, whatever we need to do with utilities. We've had individuals with very high utility bills. When you're coming in with $20,000 in a utility bill, you owe $10,000 in back rent. That makes it very difficult. But unfortunately, the city would have to come up with those dollars. That's why it's very important for us to be able to do this in a way that it's manageable. I think that since post-COVID, it's been difficult to manage our numbers and seeing what that is. Because during COVID, we were very low, our numbers. We were not looking at that. The state had over $350 million in ERAP funding available. When that decreased, that's when that need occurred for us, because a lot of individuals were left without a safety net. So they had to come to their city welfare to be able to make sure that their needs are met. There was plenty of times when I told council at that time, I don't need it now, but I'm going to need that money. I never took more than I needed. But again, this is where we're trying to see. I think that we're getting there to really look at and getting to a place where I think that our budget is going to be level funded, but I can't tell you what that is going to be right now, because it all depends on who I have that comes into our department and what the need is.
Sorry, Councilor Keach.
Thank you, Your Honor. What is your general sense as to whether the surrounding communities are doing their part in terms of welfare, or are we somewhat targeted because of our size?
It's a little bit of both. I think that smaller communities have less resources, so I don't want to put anybody on the part of they're not necessarily doing their job. I think they just have less resources to be able to do that and actually know about what welfare is. Unfortunately, a lot of smaller communities, they don't have a full-time staff doing exactly welfare. Larger towns, larger cities do have that, but towns usually don't. They are doing several other jobs at the same time. That makes it difficult. I have some communities here that we've had individuals from other communities come into our welfare department because they got evicted from that town, or they're just showing up, they've been transient, and our obligation is to take care of that need. We will call sometimes those towns to see if there's anything that they should be mandated and responsible for their community member. That does not always necessarily happen. I worked in Nashville for 14 years prior to coming here, and it's not unusual for us to see this. In Nashville, we had a lot of transients from Massachusetts. So here I see a little bit more of the surrounding towns because of the lack of the resources that they have. They don't have a motel. They don't have hospitals. They don't have mental health. And those resources, the lack of resources, they come to us. We've had individuals from Tennessee that shows up. I Googled Concord, and it was the best place to live. And this is real. I mean, if I just tell you the places that we've had folks come from another state were Mass, Maryland, Vermont, Maine, Tennessee, Florida, and New Mexico. and I have an obligation to meet that need and be able to say, okay, I can't send them back to their community because in the RSA it said that we're mandated to be able to look at that. Cities that have other applicants from other communities, which is part of your question, were from Pittsfield, Hopkinton, Epsom, Hooksett, Boscawen, and Camden. But when their D come in, and they may have been transferred for a very long time, they may have come in, that DHHS has sent them to our office. They may not be open at that time. I said, no, they have an obligation to make sure that they're meeting your need. You might have to call your town administrator to be able to say they need to meet this need, because we've had a little bit of everything.
Thank you.
Councilor Creditor.
Thank you. Ms. Ennis Williams, thank you so much for you and your staff and all that you do.
Thank you.
I think it was a year ago, could have been 2, not sure. You appeared before us and you said that what we could do as a council is try and do our very best in the community to keep people housed. That's where you are best positioned to help people when they become unhoused. Now all of a sudden we have an issue where we can't find people. The case management is much difficult. We can't get vouchers to people. It's much, much more difficult because their resources are limited. You need to track them down. That's still the case today.
Oh, absolutely. We want to make sure that we know where individuals are. So we are very temporary emergency assistance. Temporary is not defined. When we are able to house a person, whether we send them to a shelter or we temporarily house them in a motel, it does allow for our community members or these agencies to be able to work with the individuals. But it's a two-way fold. We can't just keep an individual, especially in a hotel, just for those reasons. So it's very complex to be able to say, let's just house them in a hotel. A hotel is very costly. Let me just give you some numbers. When I'm looking at just what we have paid from 5/1/2024 to 4/30/2025, we have spent $110,000 in hotels. So let me just look at our fiscal year this year, which is starting from July 1st until April 30th. We spent already $100,000 in hotels alone. And when we do work with our social worker, we have a very good relationship. But when we're looking at these numbers, it always makes me feel that we can do something else with these numbers because this is very costly. We are not case managers, so we are not going out into the hotels and providing that case management services. We have turned into a little bit more case management because there's a need, there's that advocacy, and even though we make connections with other agencies for them to fulfill that part, it does take a long time, and we have to check and double check and triple check sometimes all information that is being received and verified. We work with verification. I cannot take a verbal, my staff can't take a verbal because sometimes things happen and then we don't have it, and then next thing you know, it's been 3 months. We thought that a person may have been on, on a list and they're not, and that becomes problematic for us.
Thank you.
Councilor Second.
Thank you, Your Honor, and thank you for being here today, as you mentioned, and thank you for everything you guys do every day. It's a complex work you do, but it's a very important one. You just stated that by law we are required to do so. And you listed a lot of things that people come to us for support or help, from rent to food to prescription to burials. And we know all those are critical needs for a human. You also listed things that people go through before they get the help. So we know that they go through a lot of scrutiny before even they get the help. So it's not like they're handed things. So my question to you is, out of everything that you listed, the list is longer, but what has been the most demand when people come to? Is it rent? Is it food? Is it burial? Is it, and if so, do you have a data of those things?
We have data of, you name it, I have it.
Okay, so.
But let me not say that too big. I don't know, that might come and bite me, but yeah, so usually our highest cost is rental assistance. That's where our money comes from. If you look at our budget, I think that so far this year we spent over $300,000. In rent specific, so far for this fiscal year, in rent, we have, our total has been, I think it's 300, I have it right here. Just have to look at my numbers. Here we go. So far for rent assistance alone, we have spent over $313,000. That's just rent, which is including that part, our hoteling. And also, I think another important part of this is that we know is that we've also been able to help out 23 households at least with security deposits to move into permanent housing. So we are looking at that as well. That's not in addition to looking at first month rent that we've also assisted with. So burial has always been the second highest cost center that we have. But rent is the one. Rent is the one that takes up a lot of our income and our taxpayers. Also the hoteling. The hoteling has just been, it's a lot of money that we're spending when we're looking at, hotels can range from a variety, but could be like about $134 a night when we're looking at those numbers, and we are unable to get a person into a shelter if they're able to, they don't have any medical issues of reasons why prevent them from that, then we need to meet the obligation until maybe permanent housing or another alternative resource becomes available. But rent is going to be our number one cost center with unhoused.
Thank you, Your Honor. And you mentioned burial is the second one.
Yes.
How much is an individual burial? Because we all know that each, I don't know, religious group or individuals has a different needs when it comes to burial.
So
the average help,
the average help is $1,100.
$1,100.
Right, because we're helping with very basic, it has to be an indigent individual. We work with our funeral homes to be able to say they know that the person is indigent. When a person, so if an individual is coming in with a $10,000 cremation or burial, which is what the average cost is, we may not be able to say I can add on our $1,100 to that. You really have to be indigent in that, and this is what the max that we can do.
I'll just add, if you go back a few years, the state used to cover a large cost. And Karen, after I finish, you could talk about how we're very unique in the country in terms of how welfare is managed.
That is correct.
So the state used to cover a lot of the burial costs, but during one of the last recessions, the state said, I have an idea. Let's have the local taxpayers pick up that cost, and we'll shift it from the state to having all the local taxpayers pay that. So every community now is responsible for all the burials and that. So if you know somebody who's at the state, mention something to them because they used to cover a lot of this cost, but they think this is more, the local taxpayer can handle this now. But you want to talk just maybe a little bit about how we're
unique we are?
Yeah.
So New Hampshire is the only state that has a separate general assistance department. Usually that's connected to the state, and they run very differently. So New Hampshire is the only one that you'll see that they have a local welfare department. We're called Weather City Welfare Human Services. So we are very unique in that nowhere else in the state has that, or in the country, I'm sorry.
So what happened, what that means is when individuals looking for assistance, they go from community to community to community and hop around the state looking for additional assistance here. And that's why Karen needs to do all the background work that she does. It's not unusual for people to come up from West Virginia on a Friday at 3:30 and say, you own me, put me up in a hotel I'm staying for the week. It's a beautiful summer day, and that happens regularly. So, and you run into these things, and then what happens is you keep trying to figure out whether or not they just stopped off at Manchester or Nashua or someplace else. Remember, everybody's doing their own separate thing. Instead of this being at a county level or at a state level, this is just a way to, again, push the costs down to the local taxpayer. And that's why the city picks up, that's why our costs are what they are.
Follow-up?
Thank you, Your Honor. Just a follow-up, but also to share something that is very important here. In the Muslim community, we don't, okay.
No, you don't.
But to bury somebody, it costs $9,000 to $11,000, as you said. Somebody was at the Concord Hospital. They didn't at first figure out where he came from, so they called the Islamic Society of Greater Concord, because it's a Muslim, to support. So many religious groups pick up. We never came to nobody. Our community members that can afford are honored to support in that, because for us, it's a blessing to support people in that regards. But they didn't know that the support was available also at this, because some people you don't even know, but because they are Muslim, the hospital called the Muslim so that they can follow that cultural barriers. My follow-up here is, have you seen those people coming from out of state, dying in the state here, that we pick up the barrier because they don't have a family here, or it's most people that lives here?
The majority are for individuals that actually live here. But it has happened that we've had, I remember one case particular that the person was from Connecticut and they passed away here. So they didn't have, they were transient and came here, and I think within a very short period of time did pass away. But yes, that has happened, but not the majority are from here.
Thank you.
Councilor Grady Sexton.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you so much for being here, Ms. Williams, and for all the work you do. I wanted to say that maybe last month I heard from a young victim of domestic violence who had sought services for herself through your department and had access to your food pantry for baby formula and diapers, and really just spoke so highly about, you know, the compassion that your staff, you know, showed this person. And so the work that you do is so complicated, and you do it so well. So thank you.
Thank you.
I know that you know that I had a lot of questions the other day, as well as
I'm
the council
prepared.
information sheet.
I'm ready.
But I think what I'm trying to get to here is that when I look at us as a community spending $100,000 on hoteling, and I think about people who are in need and who are in need of services and who are in need of a plan, it feels like hotels are sort of the worst place that we could have people, because they're not getting the wraparound supports that are so essential to getting beyond that current situation. And so it feels like we're missing the mark here in some way, and I'm trying to fully understand how we could shift those resources to something that is setting people up to be able to be economically independent and to succeed. And I don't think we're there. And so what I think I'm hearing is one of the biggest challenges that your department and as a community are facing is that we have a medically frail population that is unable to access emergency housing because of their limitations, their physical limitations. And could you speak a little bit more about that? I'm just trying to really grasp how we might, you know, find a community resource that might be able to provide that, so that we're not putting people in sort of a hotel situation.
So when a person first comes into our department, we need to, first, sometimes a lot of the questions, the first thing is that they say, we are here for a hotel. And I'm like, well, that's not necessarily what we do. We really have to look at the resources and to see if there's any shelter space. So that's really where we start first. When a person comes in and when a person can't just tell me that they're medically frail without evidence, I need to see a doctor's note. I need to see some paperwork that's stating that they cannot go. And depending on what that doctor's note is stating, is that we'll make, look at whatever resources available. So when we're looking at that, it's difficult, because you're right. The individual is not ill enough to be still in the hospital, but they also can't necessarily be in a shelter because of their health issues. So it puts us like in a bind. And what's happening is that we, the city, and other welfare departments are having to have that cost come to us. When I don't think that's really where it should be at, because we don't have the system for individuals who are ill. We're not providing, all that we're doing is providing them a place to stay temporarily. We're not looking at their medical information. We're not providing any medical care. So then it's like, so now we just have a place for individuals to come, and that the city has to do that because we're obligated under the law. So that puts us in a really in a difficult situation for us to be able to say, okay, my hands are tied. I have to do that. I have to meet that obligation. Let me just refer to some of the questions you did have. I know that that was one of the questions about the medically frail. So the medically frail population that we saw from 5/1/2024 to 4/30, it was, we had 18 between elderly and frail individuals that we had to assist with. 6 were elderly and 12 were frail. In that amount of time, just when we're looking at those numbers, it's been a lot. So if we saw 73 unduplicated homeless cases. Now 73 doesn't sound like a really high number when we're looking at a year, but that translated to 258 interviews that we had to do. Why? Because homelessness is not only one interview and this is, it's done. When a person is especially medically frail, they have to continue coming back to our office. I do not pay a whole month of a person to stay in a hotel. They have to come back weekly. We might do a phone interview so that way we could be able to see what is happening. But that's the amount of money that the city has spent. That's the amount of interviews that we've had to do. And that's just in a population that are unhoused. That is not our other interviews. Our job is, my day is not only towards the unhoused population. We have to see everybody else that's coming in also for those other needs. So when we're looking at those numbers, it's quite high that we're looking at. And again, I've already told you about the numbers that we already spent in hoteling. How many referrals were met by our shelters? Were 10. How many unmet individuals that we were not able to get into a shelter? That was 63 clients. The breakdown was at McKenna House, we were able to get 8 referrals within that year, and I was able to get 2 families into the Friends program. We will look at, we always start locally. We want to keep individuals in our community. But if I don't have the resource in our community, I do have to look statewide to be able to see where it's at. We are making sure that even if we relocate somebody to another community, that the person can always come back, especially if they can find housing, if they can find a permanent housing, which is really what we want to be able to do. So those are just some of the numbers. So again, 73 unduplicated cases sounds very small, but when we had one individual that we've interviewed over 40 times, which is under the medically frail. That's what we're doing in our office. So I really want to stress that the work that we're doing is to make sure that we are making sure that the needs are met. It's not an uphill battle to come into our office. We just might try to make sure that we're doing our due diligence with the work that we are doing.
Council Fennessy.
Thank you. In looking through the budget, the service indicators show, I've already forgotten, but at least a couple thousand different service indicators that are taking place. I'm assuming that those are not all unique individuals, that there's some overlap.
That is true.
Okay.
Yes.
So, recognizing that, I mean, what's the sort of volume of people that you're seeing, sort of unique individuals that you're seeing over the course of the last year?
I'm not prepared for that one, no. I do have those numbers. I would have to get back to, I could specifically be able to tell you what are those unique cases. We do have that information. One of the things is that when a person comes in for rental assistance, for example, they can come back the next month if they still in need. And so that's where you have those duplicate numbers, because the work is just not a one and done. Sometimes it takes multiple times. It might take multiple appointments as well, because what we find ourselves, when a person comes into our department, they do an intake. We do a quick intake and say, okay, these are all the things that we're going to need for your appointment. We go through each and every of the things that they're going to need on our application. The day of the appointment, if they don't have their application completed, if they are missing documentations, if they don't have a rental form, all of those things are going to take time. And what our department and our workers will be able to say, I'm just going to reschedule you. You know what we do? If we have the time, complete the application. Let me call your landlord to try to see if they can mail over the rental form. Are they willing to work with us? So that's why it takes a long time for us to be able to do that. But I would be able to get those numbers. I should be able to pull those numbers and see how many were unique from all of the individuals that we did see in this past year. So I'll follow up with that.
Councilor Schlosser.
So, Ms. Williams, thank you very much for your work. The reason I was late coming to City Council is I was with a client in Human Services, elderly gentleman who's a veteran who had hip surgery last week and was discharged from the hospital and was sleeping in a backyard someplace. And your staff were very professional and took us through the entire thorough review that you just described. And actually, I dropped him off at a hotel that was funded by the Human Services, so thank you for your work. Mr. City Manager, the question I have is, the budget I see on this page, 158. So are these hoteling costs on that page?
Under special programs.
So that's not the special programs for our social service. So it's special programs costs is where these hoteling costs are.
The social service programs, those are under the general overhead section that we did last meeting.
I see, okay, so it's that.
So that's the money for CC, Concord Coalition and Homelessness,
Yes.
Friends Program.
Those are simply so. May I?
Follow up?
So, and then the rent that the additional request that was funded half of it, $25,000. Is that rent for client rent or for us renting space for our staff?
It's Karen's clients.
Yes.
For the client.
For clients, right.
It's
Right.
people we serve.
Right,
That's,
so she'll have those dollars available
Those
for-
kind-
if the need is there.
and that would go under special programs, because
Yes,
that's when it, if it gets funded and it gets expended, it's an expense under special program.
Could I share a little
Please.
history here? So the, two things. So there's no reason to get excited about the $25,000 because Karen tells me how much. Karen tells me how much money she needs. So, and again, because she's by law, she's to have what she needs. But you also, when you look at, if you look at the city council budget, you have a $100,000 contingency fund in the city council budget. And that $100,000, which you've never spent. But that $100,000 is if you, in case really, a big part of it is in case something happened with social services, human services. At one time, we also had dollars in there, it was $200,000. We had dollars in there with additional fuel costs when the prices with fuel were going up and down. We had it for snow removal. Well, you've taken care of all those other ones. So really, that $100,000 is there, which we wouldn't spend without coming back to you and saying, we need your $100,000. If we ended up, and we wouldn't transfer it. It's just there to cover any type of overage type thing. Again, we've never needed it. And I think we've had it there for, how many years, Brian?
In total, probably at least 15.
15 years, I've never used it. So if you feel like you need to add the money, go ahead and add the money, but that would obviously increase the amount you have to collect in taxes. I was trying to keep that number down, and therefore, knowing that you have access to that $100,000 if you need it.
Follow-up?
Thank you very much for that information. I just want to highlight, I think, the point that's come up about the frail and the medically frail, because this gentleman I served today had hip surgery on Friday.
Yeah.
I saw another client today who has brain tumors and came in sort of sick from some of the medicine that he had been instructed to take. And there's other cases, and I think it would behoove us as a community to really work with our medical partners, the hospital, the healthcare providers, the Medicare and Medicaid providers, because I think most of these people have insurance, but they don't have a place to live. And so I would think that certain kinds of medical respite type services could be funded by insurance, Medicaid and Medicare. And it would really save us the kind of cost that Ms. Emmis Williams has really described. This gentleman I saw today is now in a hotel at our expense. And so I think and talking to people at Concord Hospital, some of these folks, some of them are discharged with needs. Others are kept in the hospital longer, which costs the hospital more money. So I would think it would be in the hospital's interest, together with the rest of us, to have a place where people who either don't have homes or seniors who can't quite take care of themselves independently at home for a short period of time for the medical care, there's some sort of place where we could support them with nursing care or social service or whatever they need. And I would just ask your help in figuring out how can we work with our community partners, the hospital, the medical care providers, and the nonprofits, to create some space, some medical respite service, and then find some creative ways to fund it so that it really can be shared among all the parties.
I think the advantage of having Karen's office, and Karen in particular, and the training that she puts her folks through, is that we do work on a regular basis. We're aware of these programs. Yeah. We put people in touch with the services that they need. That's not true of most other places in the state of New Hampshire. Not through any malice. Just they don't have the resources, they don't have the skill sets. Our folks do. It really comes back to the physical location of finding someone, and there isn't this. Again, that really needs to be done at a state or a county level, at a level greater than a small community like Concord, and because it's just not enough to support something like that. There's not enough resources to do that, I think. But together, I think there's maybe something can be done. So.
Thank you. Thank you.
If I would add, the state has looked at the medically frail and trying to see if the Medicaid dollars could be able to do that. It just hasn't occurred. And it comes down to two things, right? It comes down to, unfortunately, the funding, and then having the staff to be able to fund and be able to sustain this. So how we get that, I think is going to be the biggest challenge that we had. We saw that during COVID, the Dewey Center, and not necessarily having enough people are going. But and then how you sustain it, how do you maintain it? I think that's really what it comes down to. I'm in agreement. I think that we have to look at something creatively because I don't think this is the answer. I just don't think that this is not only Concord, right? So this is not only is a nationwide issue, it's definitely a statewide issue. Concord is not unique enough that it's only us that's looking at the medically frail. There are other communities who are also looking at the same issue. And how do we work through that is the difficulty because I think it really takes those dollars and we need some federal dollars also to support it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Todd, then Councilor Horn.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Williams, thank you for being here tonight and answering questions. And I think that the city is very fortunate to have you in your position working to help those in need in the community. I appreciate the city manager's comments because that actually answered part of my question about the $25,000 in the contingency fund, so thank you. So my question is just directly to you. Are you comfortable with the numbers that are in the budget as it's been presented? Do you feel that that is enough as a starting point, at least certainly, to adequately fund the needs that you see in the community?
I think as of right now, yes. I think that the more I go into my year, I think that's when it changes a little bit. I am in a lot of communication with city manager and also with Mr. Brian LeBrun and making sure we talk every month of saying these are the numbers. So that way it's not a surprise to anyone. I think that was about a year ago I did come, I wrote a letter to city council. This is what my expectations were. I'm looking at the numbers and I'm like, I think that might go a little bit over budget this year. But I think it's a communication that we have that it allows us to be able to say, this is what, so I don't want any surprises at the end. So I think that that's one of the things that we work really well with. And I have the support of the city manager to be able to say, this is what we're looking at, this is what we're seeing. I hope that's going to be enough, but I really can't tell you that if you gave me more, I'm going to use it, or you gave me less. I think that right now, but I really do feel confident that we're moving into a number that I think is going to be able to sustain the work and not have to come back to council and ask for additional funding.
Thank you. I appreciate that answer. Follow-up? Thank you. And with regard to your comments earlier about some of your clients coming from as far away as you said, New Mexico, I think.
Yes.
Do you have a sense of how, just on a percentage or just generally, are the majority of your clients from New Hampshire or from the local area as opposed to those who come from, do you
Absolutely.
have a sense of what that number or percentage might be?
Yes, the majority are from Concord, Open.
Okay,
yes.
Good. Thank you.
Councilor Horn.
Mr. Swell, forgive me if I'm forgetting, is the Human Services Office one that has the opportunity to either move into the police station or a different building with the campus master plan to not pay rent?
Yes, the idea would be, and we're still up to council's approval, we would look at moving the prosecutor's office into the new police station and moving the Human Services Office back to this campus.
Thank you.
And don't worry, she's not shy. There's Brian, yeah, luckily she does a lot with Brian, so as much as I miss her. So.
Councilor Grady Sexton.
Thank you, Your Honor. So thinking about these numbers in terms of so there are 73 people who are in need of sheltering, and only 10 of those over the past year were able to be sheltered with the folks that we are contracting with. So that seems like that's not a great situation. Is it my understanding that you and Mr. Espel either have or plan to have conversations to try to have better numbers moving forward over the next year, so that we can revisit after that, or what is the plan?
So the discussions with folks that you make contributions to, again, the city's not a charity. We like to work in partnership with folks, but we want to make sure there's some sort of return on investment. So we've had conversations with several of the groups, and the idea is to enter into an agreement with folks to make sure that when there's, if we're going to be providing dollars, that there's some availability made to when Karen has needs, Karen's folks have needs, that we can actually place people. And it's not, here's the money and nice doing business with you. It's here's the money and let's work together to make sure we can get people housed. And I think it can be a positive partnership where it provides the provider, or the housing provider, with resources that they can rely on, and it provides Karen with the ability to actually put people into beds. So that's the idea.
Okay, thank you so much.
And it's not without obligating a shelter to change the rules for anything. We're not asking for them to accept a person who's medically frail into their shelter, because that's not appropriate. So it's really about how can we collaborate a little bit more and be able to understand you have shelter space, so why can't we make that referral? Or what can we do to make that referral? And when is that going to happen? Again, that takes a lot of time, as Councilor Schlossner found out this afternoon, that it takes some time. It's not, and I would welcome any honest feedback that it's not something that is easy. We are not keeping individuals there because we want to. We really are just trying to see what are the resources that are available, so that we could be able to do our best job. I owe this to my staff. I have wonderful staff that makes it much easier for us. This is in addition to us having making sure that our food pantry is stacked and full every month. This is in addition to, we also run our own Christmas program during the holidays. We have our own Thanksgiving program that we do specifically only for our clients. We don't have it for the public because we don't have enough donors. So this is the work that we are doing, and really trying to be, in addition to every meeting and community and committee that we could possibly, not so much myself, but also my staff, to be able to be out there representing and being very involved in our community, so that we can be part of the partnership.
Any other questions? Let me add my thanks and my compliments to you for the great work that you've done.
Thank you.
Time that you've been here, you've just been such a diligent joy and a jewel. Yeah, absolutely. I do have a couple of questions. One is, do you have any sense of how the proposed Medicaid changes that are going through Congress might have an impact on your office and our situation with the homeless and those at risk of losing their housing?
One of the biggest concerns that we have is the medical part. So what we cover when a person is in need is really their prescriptions. We're not covering doctor visits or anything like that, but we are covering their prescription costs. So right now, for this year, we look at the numbers. It's been like about $440 that we've spent in medication because individuals have Medicaid, which is great. If there are changes to that, we're going to be impacted. One medication can cost you over $400 very easily. When back in the day, before there was the Obamacare or Affordable Care Act, there was a lot of communities were spending up to $13,000, $14,000 a month in prescriptions. That's the community I came from when I was working in Nashua. So those are things that we would like to avoid. We have to be part of the conversation to say, this is going to definitely be an impact. And unfortunately, when there's these changes at the state, it trickles. And it trickles down to local welfare department, and that's going to be an impact. That's where I'm having those conversations with the city manager and our finance director of saying, this is what's coming, and that can mean that our funding can change. That can mean, and if that changes, there's going to be an impact, and I cannot say to an individual who needs their medication, sorry, I can't help you.
Prescriptions used to be much higher.
Much higher.
And it was really rents and then prescriptions were right there. And you're talking tens upon tens of thousands of dollars. So.
Right. And this is what we love to avoid, but if those changes do occur, that's something that we would have to look at.
Yeah. Second question, thank you for that answer. I thought that might be the situation. Second question is, we've touched a couple of times on the fact that, we should try to be keeping people in their homes, so that they're not, in fact, on the street, so they're not in need of that kind of support. Could you just talk a little bit about the mechanisms that are out there to keep people in their homes, either through your office or through other agencies?
Depending on what the situation that's presented to us, it becomes a little bit more difficult. When a person is coming in with $5,000 in back rent, that makes it hard. Imagine if I start paying everybody's back rent for $5,000, $10,000 that they're coming in. Unfortunately, we don't have that basis. So what we try to propose to the landlords is 1 month of rent. For the most part, they will work with us. That is true, that it does leave the individual with a balance that they would have to look at. But then we work with our community partners, whether that's Catholic Charities and some of the churches, to try to see if by coming up with some money, what we can do. The majority of our clients that are applying for rental assistance, I can tell you that about 90% of them are either at risk or under eviction. And when I say at risk is when they owe substantial amount of rent. Even if a month of rent, that's putting them at risk, because what's going to happen is that landlord at any moment in time could present them with an eviction notice. So we try to do that preventive work, but that's not always possible. Unfortunately, we don't have the emergency rental assistance program that was able to be able to pay that much money in back rent. We don't have that. So I really try to keep it to a month of rent to try to see what we can be able to do. If I do find that the landlord is willing to, let's say you owe $5,000, but it's $3,000, and then we can do a little bit more, and then maybe community agency can do, well, let's pool our resources, because that makes perfect sense to try to prevent them. A lot of times we are very good communication with our landlords to try to find out what is it. Sometimes they're like, you know what? Our tenant has not been in communication with us. Now you're coming and this is all the money that you can be able to do. We don't want that. A lot of times, no different than utilities, when a person is at risk of disconnect, unfortunately they're not coming in, days in advance when this is, oh, I'm at risk of disconnect today. So then we have to do something. I have to call the utility company and say, can you give this person a 10-day extension so that we can be able to come in and do that? No different than a rental. Can we do anything to salvage the situation that is possible? If I start paying all of this back rent, I am asking for much more money than $25,000. And we have to look at, when we're looking at that back rent, is it salvageable? Can they sustain it? Because sustainability is not something that we really discuss, but a person has to have sustainability. Because we don't want to invest and be able to pay this, and then they're going to be exited or evicted the following month. So how we can look at that? That's why things are complicated and complex, because it's just not a check off that I'll be able to say, oh yes, this is just simple, and we'll pay it. But it's just sustainability. What is the plan? And I think that every person who is coming in needs an opportunity to get back on their feet. Every person needs an opportunity to get back on their feet. So you might be unemployed. Well, let's help you out. And that way you can be able to maybe get back on track, start working, or what have you, whatever the circumstances might be. But if I start doing that, I think that council would love me even more. I'm going to ask for much more money than what we have now.
Yeah.
I could tell you, I can guarantee you that.
Well, thank you for your comprehensive answers. And if somebody wanted to make contributions to the pantry at Human
28
Services?
Commercial Street, I take everything except for expired food. That's one of the things that I really do ask. If you're going to donate, please look at your food. Please don't give us any expired items, because I will not give that to any of our clients. Our clients deserve to be able to eat, food and have that. So if you have anything, please, 28 Commercial Street, we are there. I take any donations.
And that's at Horseshoe Pond.
That is at Horseshoe Pond. Personal hygiene items are the biggest things that we always are running out of.
And I'm sure you prefer non-perishable foods.
I do prefer, but beggars can't be choosers, and I'll take it, whatever we can be able to have. But I won't take something that I don't think I can be able to manage and give out, right? So if you're bringing lots of lettuce and I don't have the ability to be able to do that, I'm not going to take something that we cannot give out to our community members.
Well, as somebody who had a can of mandarin oranges explode in our pantry a couple of days ago, since they were 2017 food, I understand. Current food.
It happens.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank
Yeah.
you.
Appreciate it so much.
Thank you.
So with that, I'd have Tim Thompson come up and present.
Please do. Mr. Thompson, welcome.
Evening, everyone. Bear with me for a moment while I get this.
Do you need a few minutes?
Yes. I will need like a minute and a half.
All right, minute and a half. Chair declares a minute and a half recess.
Thank you.
Thank you.
email where they're gonna give you a tour of the building? Brent's wife is organizing it, or so she's on the preservation committee or something. I think it came in today.
Call the meeting back to order. Mr. Thompson, please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council. I am here on behalf of the city to present to you the program for the budgets for the fiscal year 26 capital improvement program and the tax increment finance districts. We are going to start with the tax increment finance districts. Starting on page 205, the city has 3 different TIF districts, that being the Northeast Opportunity Corridor, the Sears Block, and the Pennacook Village. All told, that's about 333 acres combined. The max permitted by law in Concord would be about 4,100 acres. We are well under that. In total, these districts have created $128,850,305 in new assessed value combined since they were all adopted. We are looking at approximately an increase of $53,795 from fiscal 25 in terms of increased assessed value. Due to continued development at the Pennacook District and the interchange development, the Caleb Pennacook Landing, and then in the Sears Block, the Isabella Apartments on 32 South Main Street. There has been a subtraction also because we've had some conversion of property to current use and an abatement in the Pennacook Village District. With this budget, the total combined city investment since the inception of our TIF districts was about $45.9 million, of which 23.4 were TIF funds and the balance from the other funds, grants, general fund, water, sewer, impact fees, etc. We will start with the North End Opportunity District, just a brief map to show you where that is located. Primarily encompasses the area of the Horseshoe Pond development. This is on page 206 and 207. The NEOC TIF was enacted back in 1998, currently projected to sunset in fiscal year 2037. It is excluding the CIP 18, the Store Street North project, and the Merrimack River Greenway Trail, which may use some NEOC TIF district for any portion of the trail that's within the district. There are other variables that will determine when the district actually sunsets, but our future infrastructure growth and the net assessed increase in value will guide those decisions. We currently capture a little more than $51 million, which is up modestly from fiscal year 25. This district has been releasing value since 2006, so 19 years. In 2019, we are basically releasing 2/3 of that value back to the city. In fiscal 26, that would equal about $34 million, or about $960 in tax revenues to support the city, general fund, schools, county, and the state. Looking again at fiscal 26, revenues are up about $55,000 year over year from fiscal 25. Our expenditures are essentially flat. Our net operating income projected is about $313,000. Our fund balance projected at the end of fiscal 25 is about 3.2, and we're projecting that will be about $3.55 million at the end of fiscal 26. Questions on Sears Block before I move to questions on NEOC before I move to Sears.
Any questions for Mr. Thompson? Seeing none, please proceed.
Sears Block is the area outlined in yellow at downtown. The most recent development, obviously, is the Isabella Apartments project. This is on page 208 and 209 in your books. This district was enacted in 2003, currently projected to sunset approximately 2042. We have captured about $53.8 million this year, which is up about 4.5% from fiscal 25. This district has only been releasing value for 1 year. Last year was the first year we began releasing 20% of the value. We're anticipating that we will see about $10.75 million of value, which equates to about $303,000 of tax revenue for the city. Our revenues are up slightly, about $87,000. Our expenditures are actually down slightly. The 2 major transfers to the general fund are down from fiscal '25 and our transfer to the parking fund, which is both of those are associated with previous debt service projects that created the Store Street Garage and other debt service associated with the Main Street project. I will note that this is the final year that the Sears block will transfer funds to the parking fund, which will be a discussion I'll be having with you next time when we talk about parking. There is a negative net operating income currently, but it's actually improving significantly based on the new assessed value. We were over almost 130,000 negative last year. My projection right now is about 3,300 negative. Again, we're projecting that net operating income is going to continue to grow given the investment and the additional assessed value. The major project right now that's underway that will add significant value is the Arts Alley project, that once that's complete will be additional increment that will be added to the district. Questions on Sears block?
Questions? Seeing none, please proceed.
Moving on to Pennacook, which is our largest by land area, stretching from the area around the New Canal Street Park out to the Exit 17 development. This is on page 210 to 212 of your budget. This was enacted initially in 2010 and amended and expansion in 2021 to support two major projects, the interchange development project, the roundabouts at Hoyt, Whitney, and Interchange Drive, as well as the Canal Street Riverfront Park. Again, projected sunset date in fiscal '24, subject to various variables depending on infrastructure improvements or growth and assessed value. Those two projects that I mentioned, CIP 30, which is the two roundabouts associated with the interchange development at Exit 17, and then a brand new aerial photo from last month will show you the new Pennacook Riverfront Park at Canal Street. We're currently capturing a little more than $23.5 million here, which is slightly down from fiscal '25, again, because we had an abatement and some land converted to current use. Otherwise, we would have seen an increase in that assessed value over a year. Our revenues are up almost $671,000. That is primarily due to a one-time infusion of impact fee money into the district to be used for CIP 30 debt service. Our expenditures are also up a little bit, about $181,000. Again, that's primarily due to the onset of now having operating costs for the new park. Operating income, again, we're looking at a net operating income of about $262,000, up from $166,000, and our fund balance is expected to grow from $830,000 to almost $1.1 million. Questions on Pennacook?
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Thompson, let me be the first one to say that I'm really appreciating the show on the big screen here. That's very good. My question is on the Pennacook TIF. I believe there was a reference in the budget that we are anticipating release of 15% of the incremental value for this fiscal year. Is that, in your opinion, correct?
I believe the pro forma does indicate that for this year, yes.
Okay, thank you. A follow-up? Thanks. Do you have any sense as to what the approximate dollar value would be of those funds that would go toward the general fund, Merrimack County School District, state, county?
I didn't do that for this one, did I? Let me go into...
I know that last year was somewhere in the range of say $15,000 or something. I'm assuming it's something close to that? Similar to that?
Yeah.
Would be? Thank you.
Welcome. Any other questions? Seeing none, please proceed.
Please go ahead.
Oh, I'm sorry. Councilman Foot?
Oh, go ahead.
So,
Second.
my question is, you mentioned some impact fees. Could you explain a little, because we hear many oftentimes that we don't have impact fees. Can you speak to
The
that?
city does collect transportation impact fees, and in this case, transportation impact fees collected by the city are done in various districts. So there are various areas of the city where those impact fees are collected, and they're also intended to be used towards capacity improvements and other capital projects that would increase capacity, service performance, and whatnot. In this case, we have 6 years from the time those fees are collected to spend them. We have some impact fee money that is a little bit old, getting towards that 6-year time frame. So in order to make sure that we don't have to return those fees to the developer who paid them, we're utilizing those to pay for the debt service for those roundabout projects at Exit 17.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank
Any
you.
other questions?
I'll just
Councilor
follow up
Foy.
on that, Your Honor.
Yes.
So what is the total amount of impact fees that were collected, say, for Whitney Road?
I don't know specifically. I know that we're applying about $303,000 towards this project this year for debt service,
From impact fees?
from impact fees alone, yes.
From that development?
From that, it's from everything collected in that particular district of the city.
But not necessarily Whitney Road?
Not necessarily the Exit 17 project itself.
Follow up?
So in last year's budget, there was a CIP, and forgive me for not identifying what it was, but there was a, I call it the bridge to nowhere on Whitney Road to connect to Monitor Way.
Yes.
And there's a water line that is under that. So where are we in the design and construction of the water line and the bridge?
Given the changes that have happened regarding that particular residential proposal, right now, the CIP has proposed to move that beyond the 10-year scope of the projects, of the program. So right now, that CIP 83 for the improvements for the Burnham Brook crossing for Whitney Road Extension is currently not in the 10-year program.
Thank you. And so are we making headway on mitigating the water line crossing under Burnham Brook or over Burnham Brook?
I would defer to my friends at General Services and Mr. Welch.
Welcome, Mr. Walsh.
So to catch up on questions, on page 211, it talks about the Pennacook TIF district. I think the 15% results in about $111,000. So that's part one. Part two is I don't believe any of the impact fees being used to pay for CIP 30 actually were generated by development in the Hoyt Whitney Road area, because it is all that development occurred since the city adopted essentially a blanket waiver provision for all commercial and industrial development. So the impact fees that are being used to pay for those improvements are actually generated by other development that occurred in that particular quadrant of the city. Thirdly, there is a draft study that has been prepared to look at the condition of the Burnham Brook culvert, which is not owned by the city of Concord. It is owned by a private party. And that is under review right now and has been for a little while. I anticipate that we'll be releasing that in the near future and having conversations with the owner of the culvert at that time, looking at various options of whether or not we are going to, well, again, not our culvert, but different options that we may have, which include directionally boring the water line underneath the brook. But to be determined because of other issues about how to access our water main that is located between Hayward Brook and Burnham Brook further to the south. But we're close.
Follow up?
Very much appreciate your answer. Thank you.
You're very welcome.
Excellent.
Councilor Fennessy.
I just had a quick follow-up on that. So I think it was in the last year or two, we had some significant concerns about maintaining the integrity of our water line there. Are we good as of now with where things stand, or are we still waiting to see what's going to happen?
We're comfortably uncomfortable at the moment. So we've taken certain measures to make sure that it's supported, and in case the collapse keeps going. But at some point, we're going to need a more permanent solution to what we have right now. Yeah.
Thank you.
Councilor Todd.
Yes, thank you, Your Honor.
Are we talking about Pennacook? No.
Yes.
How did you guess?
And I apologize a little bit, Ms. Thompson, but I know we're jumping ahead, totally vanished from the CIP. So I guess what you're saying, if I have it correctly, is that it is in an out year further than, what is it, 2035? Is what your follow-up?
Follow-up.
But I take it from what Mr. Walsh has been saying, though, that that does not mean that the work in terms of negotiations with wind waste, et cetera, does not continue. Is that correct?
Correct, yeah. So at some point, we need to have a conversation with them. We don't presume what the outcome of those discussions might be. And I would also note that CIP 502, which is the Whitney Road extension, is in, I think, the last year of the capital improvement program. You can't have Whitney Road extension without a bridge over the brook. So kind of double counting there.
Follow up.
Yes, thank you. Exactly, Mr. Walsh. Thank you for pointing that out. That was why I was a little bit confused that this particular project disappeared entirely from the CIP. In other words, I was kind of expecting to see it also included under, year 2034 or 35 or what have you. Is there another mechanism by which we can track this then in terms of?
It's still in the database. It's just outside of the 10-year scope that the database displays for purposes of budget, and I will presume that a lot of the reason for moving it beyond that scope is to make sure that our total 10-year program is not such that it impacts our bond rating.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. And I presume that it could be moved to a more
It can be moved at any
recent
point.
year
Yep.
if the stars aligned.
Yes.
Okay.
It's a very flexible process.
Council Foot.
Following up on the water line discussion, is that funded through the CIP or is that funded through the enterprise fund?
It would be, if there is a modification to the water line, it would be funded as a capital improvement program project in your CIP, funded by the water fund, which is the enterprise fund. And if there's any other dollars that are involved, if, for example, if there's any investment by the Pennacook Village TIF District involved in that, that would also be shown in the project at that time. But, you know, all to be brought forward at a future date once we complete our analysis, the engineering analysis that's underway, and we have conversations with those who own the culvert.
Thank you again. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Wall.
You're welcome.
Keep going.
Absolutely. We're just getting started.
Okay. Vamonos.
All right, capital improvement program. Starting on page 12, which is the introduction to the CIP, the legal authority, selection and prioritization of projects. Also, the next thing that will be the basis for the presentation moving forward starts on page 253, which is the capital improvement project by category. So I'm going to go through each of the projects scheduled for an appropriation during fiscal 26, starting with the arena and ending with water. I ask, for purposes of just being able to proceed with the presentation, that we save questions until we've gone through each category, and then we can come back and I can call up the help that I have sitting behind me, which I appreciate more than anybody can imagine. The other item I want to note is we use a function called an asterisk for projects in the CIP. Those projects that have an asterisk are not appropriated as part of the fiscal budget proposal. Those projects are dependent usually on funding sources outside the city's control, like third-party sources, donations, or grants, which would need to be committed and brought forth to the council during the fiscal year for a further appropriation vote at that time.
Mr. Thompson?
Yes.
Could I just mention that also an asterisk can be there if, in my own words, and there is verbiage in the budget, if that project is in kind of a gestation phase?
Yes.
Which I think is probably how it applies to the police station proposal.
Absolutely.
Correct.
I'm sorry, Mr. Thompson, could you just clarify which document we should be looking at of the
I would
7?
start at page 253, which is the capital improvement project by category.
Thank you. I'm there now. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Starting with a couple of graphs. This is the total budget currently for this fiscal year. In blue is all projects. In red are projects minus those that have asterisks. So in fiscal 26, we have 61 projects, which total $75.1 million. We net with asterisks at $32.35 million. As you can see, the overall program over the last several fiscal years has increased. We are seeing an actual decrease this year over last year in terms of the projects net after asterisks. General fund, in red are general fund bonds after asterisks, and in red is our general fund capital transfer or your general budgetary transfers. So looking at fiscal 26, we are looking at $14.979 million in general fund bonds and about $546,500 in general fund capital transfers. Again, the trend over the past several years indicated in those graphs. This graph here is all program 10 years. As you see, blue is all projects and red is those projects that are general fund funded. The overall amount in the total 10-year package right now is just under $600 million over the 10 years that are covered by the capital improvement program, and of that, about $290,000 is proposed to be funded through the general fund. Summarizing that 10 years, again, it's about $600 million, all projects. The general fund is about 48.4% of that. The next highest amount would be the sewer fund at about 12.4, the parking fund at 6.6, the highway reserve about 5.63, water fund a little over 5%, and then the smaller contributions from the airport, golf, solid waste, and arena fund, and then over $125 million other, which is made up of donations, capital closeouts, federal state grants, tax increment finance, and trust funds. First category would be the airport. There are two projects on pages 253 and 255, totaling $463,500. First is CIP 72 runway pavement improvements. This has a total cost of $194,500, of which 90% would be paid through federal funds, 5% city, and 5% state. This is a project to design and construct signage and lighting for the taxiway to service United Therapeutics and the existing and future hangar development at the development zones within the airport, and also the crack seal some portions of the apron adjacent to runway 1735. CIP 471 is the second project in the airport. That is for the airport fuel farm. $269,000, all of which would be paid for through the airport fund. This is not eligible for state or federal funding. This is really primarily to design the replacement of the fueling facility so it complies with current state Department of Environmental Services regulations. The current facility was installed back in 1996, and there's some interim improvements there to assist with some of the issues that have been having with the fuel station there at the facility. That is the two projects for the airport. I will gladly take any questions on those.
Any questions on the airport project? Councilor Fennessy.
Thank you. Just a point of clarification. I noticed on CIP 72, there's asterisks next to other federal and other state.
Yes, those are, again, dependent on us getting the grants from the FAA. I actually testified at the State House Public Works Committee. There was a concern initially with the governor's proposed budget that there was going to be no federal, no matching funds in the state budget. Because New Hampshire is a block grant state for purposes of federal funding for the FAA, communities can't go directly to the FAA to get funding, so we have to go through the State Department of Transportation. As I am aware, the funding was restored in both the House budget, and I believe it is included currently in the Senate's budget. So we're hopeful that those funds would be available, but until those funding decisions are made at the state and federal level, that's why we asterisk those.
Follow up?
And just a point of clarification, so unless those funds are appropriated, we're not going to move forward with this
Correct.
project? Thank you.
Any other questions? Please proceed.
Next is the arena on page 255, one project, a little more than $100,000. This is for the design of the outside ice making plant mechanical room. We have sufficient capital closeout funds, which are funds that were previously appropriated for capital projects that were unspent, so that we can use those to cover 100% of the cost of this particular project, so there would be no general fund impact for this project.
Any questions on the arena? Councilor Brown?
Yes, capital closeout, did that have to do with projects relating to the arena?
This case, this was a general fund proposed funding for this project, so general fund capital closeout was available for this particular project.
Hello?
Yes, does that mean that there was money left over from a project that was done?
There was a previous arena project that used general fund monies that had been left over, which is now available for this project.
Thank you.
Yes.
Please proceed. Oh, I'm sorry, Councilor Todd.
Thank you. Just quickly, I would just want to note that for the next fiscal year, we have a $1.92 million project, and that is a follow-up. That would be the actual construction of the, correct?
Yes.
And that would come from general bonds, right?
That's my understanding, yes, that is proposed today.
Thank you.
Bridges would be the next category on page 256. Two projects this year, $625,000. The first is Loudon Road Bridge. This has shifted from last year's CIP. We are currently looking at the final design of the bridge repairs and improvements and the water main improvements, so the construction has been delayed. Right now for this year, we're looking for $550,000. Bridge reserve covers 100,000, federal would cover 400, and then the water fund would be covering 50,000 of that. The second bridge project is the Ironworks Road Bridge replacement. Again, this is a design cost of $75,000 to consider the various design and implementation alternatives for that bridge.
Any questions on bridges? Council Fennessy.
Thank you. Again, just a point of clarification here on the Loudon Bridge project. I noticed this does have other federal funds listed. It's not asterisk. Does that mean that we have those funds already?
I don't believe we had them yet. We have confirmation that they are available for the project, yes.
Thank you.
Please proceed.
Next category is cemeteries, page 256, one project, $275,000. This would be CIP 587, cemetery improvements at Blossom Hill. This would be for the maintenance buildings. We're proposing building improvements to address 2 bays, the staff room and a workshop, including new windows, insulation, lights, electrical upgrades, and a furnace. If you've never been in that facility, this is the one city facility that is actually heated by wood currently.
Wow.
Any questions on cemeteries? Seeing none, please proceed.
Next, we have community planning and implementation, page 257, 2 projects, a little more than $1 million. The first of that is CIP 563, which is the master plan update. This is proposed to be $375,000 of a general fund bond, and then we have a little more than $25,000 of closeout funds to appropriate to this, and this would be for the comprehensive update of the city's 2030 master plan, which was adopted in 2008, which has long been a council goal since this council was convened a year or so ago. This is the step towards making significant changes to our regulatory structure, policies on land use and development that will serve us for many years into the future. Second project under community planning is the Concord Stables redevelopment. This is the old facility near Concord High School where the senior parking lot is. This is a $678,000 total cost, 100% covered by grant, which we can happily report has been awarded, so we'll be coming forward with that. Beth will be coming forward to get that appropriated separate from the budget.
Super. Any questions on community planning? All right, please move forward.
Next is downtown, page 258, one project of $630,000. This is downtown civic district sidewalk replacements associated with our construction site across the street. This is for construction of Green North State Capitol School Street sidewalk improvements in conjunction with the legislative parking garage, including traffic calming and bump outs at the intersections of Green and School and Green and Capitol.
Questions on downtown? Councilor Fennessy.
Thank you. Is the state going to be contributing any money towards the sidewalks that they're going to be tearing up?
The state portion of this will be the sidewalks directly adjacent to the garage. Our improvements are on the opposite sides of the street. So we would be, if you look at the map here, the opposite side of Green, South State, North State, South State, excuse me, Green and Capitol. So the state would be the immediately surrounding the property under construction. We would be responsible for the other sides of the road.
Councilor, follow up.
Thank you. Have we asked them to pay for the other portions to match?
Thank you. We have had conversations with the state about off-site improvements. They are helping out with some traffic signal work, for example, that needs to be modified because of what they're doing with pedestrian timing, things of that nature. Their point of view is it's not attached to a project. We don't have to do it. They are, I would say, rebuilding portions of sidewalk that do touch their site, which might not have been necessarily been done otherwise. But that's it.
Mr. Spell.
If I could, thank you, Mr. Mayor. We had planned to do all these sidewalks last year, and then when it looked like the state parking garage was real, and because this state parking garage has been planned for 30 to 40 years, been on and off on it, depending on which party's in power at the time. Now that you have a certain party in charge of all things, they actually are able to move forward and agree to do the garage. So I asked General Services to take the money that we were going to use on all these, on the roads and the sidewalks, spend it on other projects around the city, do neighborhood roads with those, not do this work knowing that would get all torn up based on the construction, and now it's time to go back and do that portion. As a matter of fact, we have the state covering part of our cost of what we would have been doing previously.
Follow
up? Have we had any conversations with the state about the current construction setup? Because it seems to me that we have a pretty significant safety issue with the manner in which they have pushed out the construction fences, so that anybody going west on School Street essentially has to pull out halfway into the intersection before they can actually see if anybody's coming from the other direction.
Yeah, we can talk with them about that. They do have permits for encumbering the roadway and the parking spaces, which they're compensating us for. But the city engineer's here tonight, and we'll take that note back, and we'll talk to them about that. Yep.
Thank you. Councilor Kurtz?
My question was answered. Thank you very much.
Councilor Grady Sexton.
Thank you, Your Honor. So I think I heard, my question was, are they compensating us for the lost parking revenue?
They are.
there? Thank
It's
you.
approximately $75,000 worth of revenue. It's $15 per space per day.
Great, thank you so much.
Councilor Floyd.
Following up on some of the other comments, and this is off subject, off a bit too, is so when this is complete, as we know that often the meters are bagged, and so will there be a reduction in bagged meters in this area once this 400 lot parking lot is complete that we don't have access to?
In the work plan for the parking committee, we are going to have some significant discussions about ordinance modifications and working with the state to reduce the amount of bags to ensure that our parking revenues are being appropriately handled.
Great, thank you.
Any other questions? Seeing none?
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, gentlemen. Mr. Thompson?
Next category, economic development, no projects in fiscal '26. Fire vehicles, page 258, 2 projects. First is CIP 4, which is fire vehicles, $1.18 million. This will be $1.1 million to replace engine 7, which was a 2017 vehicle, and then $80,000 to replace a staff vehicle, the training officer pickup truck from 2018. The second is CIP 375. This is a capital transfer of $22,500. This is replacing one of the 3 boats that the department uses for emergency and training use on the rivers and waterways of the community.
Any questions? Please proceed.
Golf. Here we go. 259. 3 projects, $6.345 million. Number one, as everyone is more than familiar with and has talked about since December and beyond of last year, CIP 107, which is the golf course clubhouse and maintenance facility. On the screen here is the revised floor plan that City Manager Espel presented to the council about last week, I believe, with the reduced footprint, the proposed new elevations for that drawing. This is proposed to be $5.91 million, 5.85 of that for the clubhouse, and then $60,000 for updating the cart barn to include a storage area. The general fund bond for this is proposed at $5.6 million, donations of $250,000, and a golf fund bond of $60,000 for that cart barn. CIP 235 is irrigation improvements for holes 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7, $400,000. Then CIP 530, which is $35,000 to update a utility vehicle. And I will just ask the city manager and the deputy city manager if they probably want to come up.
Any questions on the golf course? Councilor Brown.
Yes, I just noticed in the city manager's transmittal letter that the golf clubhouse is one of the 2 largest projects, but it is the largest project to be funded by general obligation bond funds. Is that correct?
Yes.
Thank you. And one
Follow-up?
Yes, thank you. The golf, the irrigation, those 5 holes, we approved funding for irrigating holes 3, 4, and 5 last year for $375,000.
Welcome, Mr. LeBrun.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor,
Estrella.
members of the council. You exactly, the note in the budget showed that last year. There was a typo in that piece. And if you actually look at the goals from in the budget, the golf budget, you will see that we've explained that those, the holes were actually 6, 7, and 8, I believe. I can't remember off the top of my head. So the typo was for those holes. If you think about the way that the irrigation system has to happen in the golf course, everything comes back from the pump house and the irrigation pond. And we work our way all the way to the farthest corner of the course. The farthest corner of the course is holes 3, 4, and 5. And 5 is actually the tee box that is right on the corner next to the tennis courts. So you're working your way all the way through. So when the CIP was put together, actually not just last year, but for a couple of years, those holes were listed, but it should have been the other holes that we were doing before that, which was 6, 7, 8. We also had to do 9. We had to do the putting green. We had to do the number 6 green as well too. So those all came before we could actually get to the other holes. So,
Mr. Spell.
If I could add, there's 18 holes. I don't golf, but I understand there's 18 holes on the golf course, and these are the last holes, so we're only doing each hole once. All the holes will be done.
Follow up?
Well, yes. Mr. LeBrun, could we have a breakdown of how much has been bonded for irrigation before we get to the 5th? I don't expect you. Do you have that number now? Do you know?
You asked me about 30 to 35 questions, Counselor, and I've been working diligently on
Thank
getting
you.
those answers. That was one of the questions that you asked. I'll get them to you as soon as I can, but you can imagine that it's a significant amount of questions to answer for this. So, and we're working on it.
All set? Okay. Any other questions? Council Fennessy.
Thank you. Just had a question on the irrigation project. My understanding is that this has been a years-long project to redo all of the irrigation at the golf course, and this is the last piece of it. Is that right?
Yes.
So is your expectation that this is the last year that we'll be bringing forward as part of the CIP irrigation work, at least for the next
For the foreseeable future.
For the foreseeable future.
Maybe in 30 or 40 years, right?
Yeah. What has been the impact on the golf course from this irrigation work?
It's been significant. Obviously the water management of the system is much more effective. If you play golf, and if you play golf at Beaver Meadow, the conditions of the course are very good. The fairways, the greens, the tee boxes, they're able to manage the watering in a much more efficient way. The pond, the irrigation pond, that was part of the project. It was dredged back several years ago. In previous years, we used to have to buy water from the city because there wasn't enough water in the pond. And because of the efficiency of the actual new irrigation system, there's much less breaks, and we don't need to buy. We haven't bought water from the city, or very, very minimal amount for the past several years. So it's been a very positive impact with the irrigation system.
Thank you. Councilor Brown.
Just reminded me of a question. Is there potable water out by the 15th hole? I saw an irrigation plan that had identified 3 drinking fountains and a potable water line.
I don't know, Counselor.
Oh, I don't golf, so I'm just.
What we try to get you to do is stop by the restaurant, buy a bottle of water before you go out.
There is no potable water line?
I don't know.
There's 5 potable water lines.
Is there?
Okay.
Yeah, sorry.
There's 5 on the course.
Right. I don't know about by the 15th, though.
We removed the, if you don't mind.
Would you like to play through?
Several years ago, this would be back in our Jean Blake days, when we started to have West Nile virus and mosquitoes carrying that virus in our community, we removed the big water jugs that had water on them that were replaced and filled multiple times a day because they were a breeding ground for mosquitoes, and so potable water was put on the course at the time. The way the golf course operates now, some of it is rudimentary, I guess I would say, but in order to reduce the number of benches that are donated to people that pass that are longtime members on the course, we encourage bubbler purchases, which we have on the tee box at the 5th hole. There's one on the 7th hole. I'm sorry, the 6th. There's one on the 3rd and 8th, and then 3 that are on the back of the course on 12, 15 at the base, and 16 at the top, because 15's got a pretty nice hill to climb. Those are the old-fashioned ones that replace those buckets.
So yes, there is one on the 15th. Thank you.
So just to clarify, there are 6 water fountains or bubblers on the golf course. Is that correct? All right, thank you.
Councilor Horn.
I'm curious on this project. In my year and a half of being on the council, I've sat through at least a dozen community discussions with different larger scale projects, from the Riverside Park to Keach Park lights, and also watched those bigger projects go through multiple committees, one if not 2. Why is this project presented within the budget and not in following that same format of those other larger projects?
All those reviews with the other committees that already taken place, when the budget comes forward, I have the opportunity under the charter to make a proposal for any project that I deem fit, and that's why I'm proposing this one. I looked at all the proposals that have been made over time. I listened to all the testimony that was given, and I think I've come up with a superior project to any of those that were for. Because I think all the projects in the past have looked at what is the facility, what are the services that we provided that facility, and I think not enough due diligence was given to how are you going to pay for that, and how does it fit into the overall finances of the city. So that's why I felt comfortable, and I have the authority under the charter to bring forward my own proposal on how I think it should be. If people don't like it, or if any of those 3 committees don't think it's a good idea and goes against what their thoughts were, I wouldn't be surprised, because a lot of folks wanted a bigger facility with more amenities to do that. But I was looking at it from the standpoint of what's affordable to the community, what are the needs, and then what if it did need to grow into the future, it wouldn't be precluded from doing that. So I was trying to come up with a balance of that, but I think that was still functional. So you can certainly go the other way. I'll give you 2 examples of how this has worked in the past. When the community center that was built, which I think it was really the first true community center that this community has really ever had, that's been owned by the city. Some of you may remember this. The price tag on that was double what we ended up paying for it. So the city council turned to me and said, hey, would you go away and just go away? And they do that. Go away and actually come back with a proposal that you think would work. And I did. I came back with an $8 million proposal that was built under budget on time. And that's how that community center got built. It was really about the last price after we had done all the neighborhood meetings and the community input was about $16 to $17 million. It came in at $8 million. Another example would be the Downtown Main Street project. The Downtown Main Street project was the price that was done after the community did all the input, all the committees met, was double what the price is of what you have downtown now. City council turned to me and said, would you go away, come back with a proposal that works, and we only want to spend this amount of money. So I came back, worked with that proposal, came back with that project, the city council approved it. So you've done this in the past, and that's how both of those projects got done.
Thank you, Your Honor. I appreciate the history lesson. It's always nice to go back and reflect. I do remember the charrettes that we had with regards to the community center. And while the community had grand hopes of a very large and extravagant property that was going to serve a very large need in the community, there also came with it, regardless of what the project was, that none of them were going to ever be self-funded, that it was always going to be operating at a loss. That even today, that's exactly what we see. The community center operates at a loss, but it is something that we as a community accepted at the time. We don't ever see it as being something that is profitable. Is that correct? The building itself?
The two pieces on that. You'll remember when the community center was designed and the consensus was made by the community on what to build. It had an indoor turf field with an elevated walking track with elevators because seniors didn't want to walk on the bottom floor because they're afraid they'd get run into by the people who were playing in the turf field. So again, that's what drove it into the $17 million range. And as you know, what's there now that's not what's there now. But also, when you took a look at that, you brought in actually an expert to actually come up with a income financing plan of how to do that. And I remember Brian and I sat down with the folks, and they came up with a plan and said, you know what, we can actually design this in such a way that it's going to be like it is in most places around the country. It will cover all the operating costs associated with this going forward, and you'll actually probably make a little bit of a profit. And we laughed and said, well, that's not the way we do things in Concord, because what's going to happen is that when people want to be able to use these facilities, there's going to have to be some sort of, not everybody can be able to afford to use these, right? The school district's going to want to use the fields. The school district is going to want to use the courts. We have a lot of programs that we run here, particularly for the folks in the Heights. So there'd be reduced revenue. So we took that number that they came up with and reduced it in half. And then I think we reduced it in half again. So we came down a quarter. And then those were the rates that were approved by the city council. And then after we started charging those rates, then the city council said, well, we shouldn't even charge those rates. So yeah, so the concept was at one time to at least cover a good portion of the operating costs. But then you said, no, let's make sure that the community center is available to folks as best we can and not try to cover our costs. And so that's a community value decision that you made. You could certainly charge a lot of rates. What a lot of folks, the outside agencies were concerned with is that you start eating their lunch, so to speak. Most of you who were on the council at the time remember, and that our rates would be too low. And then we'd actually start bringing in people who were renting private facilities and start cannibalizing all their dollars, and then they would go out of business. And you had people like YMCA come to you and say, please don't put it in anything with aquatics, because please don't put in anything that has daycare facilities. When we build the community center up in Pennacook, remember we had the Boys and Girls Club, we have an agreement that we will not do daycare facilities up there because they were afraid we were going to eat their lunch. And because we can charge lower prices, we would, but we agreed not to do that. So there's always been this back and forth about what to charge, and the whole idea has been, you're never going to cover your costs, but can you at least bring in some dollars to help offset the taxpayers' revenue? When you've been in I'll go on for 30 seconds more. When you're in an economy like this, you do not have to charge those fees, but wait till the next, I'll just say this now, a word of warning. When the next recession comes and you're looking at having revenues to offset tax rate increases because people can't take tax rate increases anymore, you're going to go back to charging fees. It's just the pull and push of the whole thing. So that's where we are today. Right now, you don't have to charge those if you don't want to, and what you charge is very, very minimal.
Councilor Keach.
I'm good, thank you.
Good. Councilor Kurtz.
Thank you. Mr. City Manager, I think that you mentioned this on the first budget night when you gave us the overview, but do you have a plan in place similar to the plan that it sounds like was presented and then you threw out for the community center to make the golf course cover its operating costs? You mentioned revising fees, and could you speak a little more to that plan?
I think there isn't really a question about covering its operating costs. My concern is that it will cover the capital costs going forward, very much like I think in reference when we just talked about the arena. Regarding major capital expenditures, I don't think most places, whether it's the arena, the golf course, the airport, are going to be able to cover not only their operating costs, but also their capital costs associated with that. Can we help underwrite the majority of the capital costs associated with some of these things? Yes, we can. But so it's coming up with that balance. I think the proposal that I'm making is that I think for the next several years, let's call it 5 years, we can make the tax impact minimal or insignificant, I think, for most people. And that's the proposal.
Thank you.
Councilor Brown.
Yes, I have two questions. The first is I noticed the $250,000, that was not asterisked, but it is a donation. So are those donations already in hand?
No, they would come in over time,
Okay, after the project is done.
as the project is being constructed. It would be over a number of years. Very, very much the approach that we took with the skate house.
My second question is, you stated that the community center, all the neighborhood meetings, there were 2 meetings, 2 visioning sessions for the public, for the clubhouse. And the first was in April of '23, the second was in August of '23. There haven't been any neighborhood meetings, and there were neighbors who were not comfortable with the plan that was presented in August. So in light of all the questions I asked Mr. LeBrun, I would ask, because you did just, you shared with us that this is a new plan, and it was obviously just drawn up March 28th, that the community should have time to digest this, for Mr. LeBrun to have time to answer those questions, to digest that. I would request that this be pulled so that we all have time to ensure that it truly is the best.
You certainly could do that. I think we've been looking at this long enough. The proposal that I'm making right now is essentially not much different than the size of what's there now. In terms of the services that it will provide, it's other than the skiing, and we do skiing there now. I think if you delay it, you're going to simply increase the cost, which would then impact the viability of the plan. So certainly you could delay it, and if you really want to kind of slow walk it to kill it, you could certainly do that. But I would say, let's make a decision, move forward, and get something done, because it's Concord, again, this is one of my issues with Concord. As much as I love Concord, we have a very slow gestation period when it comes. We could talk about, when we did the community center, we started talking about that in 2001 and planning for that. We opened it in 2017. That's not the way to do projects and make things happen. I think, and people have plenty of opportunity to provide their comments. Those comments have been incorporated into my proposal.
Councilor Todd.
Yes, thank you, Your Honor. Just following up on Councilor Kurtz's question, for folks at home that are looking at the budget, and I hope they're looking at it, but fiscal year 2026, it does list still the $5,600,000 in general obligation bonds. So can you elaborate further on the specifics of what you had started to discuss at the prior meeting on how you really feel this is going to, because I think you'd referenced that fiscal year 28, you'd commented that it was we could expect that it would be a $3 and I assume that would be like on the $400,000 property would be $3. Okay, so just anything else that you can add so that to kind of make this. Are we still planning on a $5,600,000 bond for fiscal year 2026, or how would this work?
Yeah. So the idea would be what I'd like to do is use the golf fund, take additional dollars out of the golf fund. So when you get to the golf fund pro forma, and look at that, you're going to see there's sufficient dollars in there to withdraw over the next several years $250,000 a year to be able to help offset the cost of the bond. That would be one portion of it. The next portion would be using recreational reserve, which you have money in the fund to handle that, because it's a recreation project and has many recreational values to it. The general fund portion would be zero. So for fiscal year 26, the budget that we're doing right now, the general fund tax rate impact is zero. For fiscal year 27, the tax rate impact is zero. For fiscal year 2028, the tax rate impact would be $3 on a $400,000 home. So my concern is that if you do anything really, anything different than what I'm proposing, I'm not saying this is the most brilliant proposal in the world, but what I'm saying is it's going to cost you more money. You're going to have less of a project. You're going to have reduced revenues because of the impact of doing a repair to something. The only other option that's cheaper, I think, than what I'm proposing is to just let the thing fall into itself and then get rid of the clubhouse and get something from Home Depot and put it up. That's really the only other thing that's going to be cheaper than what I'm recommending. So I think you can do this in such a way that the tax impact is minimal. And then what I would do is I would go to the Golf Course Advisory Committee. I know they make proposals to you in terms of what their rate should be. And I'd suggest to them that we look at increasing those rates to offset, because we're providing a new value to the people who golf, that the people who should recognize that pay additional fees associated with this, whether they're members or they're coming just for a daily greens fee. It should pay additional dollars for that experience, and make that recommendation to you. And if they don't, I will. Simple as that.
Follow-up?
Thank you, Ron. Thank you, I appreciate that. I mean, so, just so the folks at home know, we are taking out the bond for $5,600,000. However, the impact to the tax rate will be $0, you're saying, for the first 2 fiscal years. So we're going to go ahead with the bond because we need the dollars to be able to move the project forward, but obviously, the residents are not going to see that until a future tax year.
And as long as I'm here, I'll continue to work to make sure that that stays off. I think this will be such a success that we'll be able to increase the revenues associated with this to offset any tax increases going into the future.
Okay,
But we'll see. I can promise this, I can't promise that.
Thank you.
Councilor Horn.
You want to raise the fees for the golfers to try to increase the profit that they're making to pay back to the general fund. But if that doesn't happen, the general fund, the taxpayers will still have to pay on that if the golf is not able to raise that.
Well, but ultimately, you have a decision on the fees. So I'm confident I can convince you to raise the fees.
We can raise the fees, but like you said, if we went into a recession and people couldn't afford to pay those fees and couldn't afford to golf, we, the city, as the taxpayers, still have a bond to pay on.
That's exactly true, and it's no different than the water investments that you're making, or if you decide to do something with a police station, or if you do bridge replacements or anything else. Every single situation is exactly the same. So that's nothing special to this project.
Councilor Brown.
Yes, Mr. City Manager, I believe when this clubhouse first showed up in the budget, it showed up in fiscal year 2029, and it was brought forward. So I can double check, but I believe it was first introduced for 2029. But I want to ask you about the $400,000 recreation reserve. That could be used for any recreation. Is that correct? That could be used for the golf. That could be used for the skate park. That could be used for White Park. That could be used for any recreation.
Whatever the city council would like to use it on.
Okay. And
follow-up?
Follow-up, yes, thank you. You had said clubhouse, when it is rebuilt, it will bring in all this new money. When it was expanded in 2001, and then it became a 4-season facility, it was envisioned, this is going to be great, everyone's going to love it, and it was losing money, and taxpayers had to pay the debt service from 2013 through 2017 because, for the very same reasons you're talking about renovating it now, that is what was envisioned, and it didn't come to pass. And we know that just in December, we tried to raise the rates on seniors, and they came back and said, no, you already raised them last year, we can't have them any higher. So I think it is a lot harder to raise rates for people. I am extremely uncomfortable with this being a general fund project. I love that that you want to work with the committee to raise rates, and would love to have the opportunity to see that happen. And I don't think this is slow walking it to death. I've been out there numerous times. I think it's great. I am planning on going out there for the red, white, and blue and have a blast. But, there are $314,000 in debt service on taxpayers for golf projects this year. I know that the golf fund will be paying $100,000, but so these are projects that have already happened that we are paying debt service on, and this is going to be adding significantly more debt service. I know that the parking lot isn't even included in the debt service or the pro forma.
Where's the question?
The question is about the reserve, the recreation reserve, recreation reserve.
Anything you want.
Awesome. Thank you very much.
And so 2 points. 2001, I was the city manager. I'm the city manager now. And when I got here, I was put in charge. Give you an example, say very similar type of fund. The airport was losing $150,000 a year, and the taxpayers were supplementing that. It doesn't do that anymore. It's been covering it. It's been covering itself, and obviously there's growth going on now. But imagine having to put and you were doing this for a long, long time, having to put $150,000 back in. I got here in 1998, and you were putting that much money into the airport. And how many people in this community go over to the airport, take a plane out. Not many. But the community said, you know what, that's a value. That's important for this community to have a functioning airport. And they put $150,000 a year after year after year after year until we did an agreement with the National Guard and received additional dollars to help offset that cost. But again, I think the most important thing is I'm city manager now.
Thank you.
Councilor Sekou?
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. City Manager, thank you for the history because we are all learning here how this project and how Concord work, and I love it because I think every project should go through a scrutiny like any other project, and because we are responsible of taxpayers' money, and this is very important. Talking about what you just said, proposing, which you got that responsibility, you will bring it here. Do you have, because based on what you just mentioned, proposing golfers, and I love how you put it all the time, I'm not a golfer either, additional rates to golfers, that will help at least alleviate some tax burden on our taxpayers. Do you think, based on what you are going to propose, the golf course will sustain itself? If so, is there any business plan to prove or to share with us today that how much you are planning to raise, and if so, if that will help sustain the golf course, that it will sustain itself, or at least it will alleviate a little on the taxpayers?
So, no, because really, I could do something unilaterally, right? But I'd still have to convince the city council to do it. I'd rather work with the Golf Course Advisory Committee and say, how about this? Which ways could we do this? Because I think there's going to be opportunities for, you know, we're going to be doing a new facility. Is there opportunities to do some sort of advertising there? Is there opportunities to do some naming rights there? Is there opportunities to change the rates that people are paying for fees? I think all of these things should be on the table. We can look at that. But in reality, you know, if you look at what the general fund portion would be, so that $3 that I'm talking about in 2028, that's $40,000. That's $40,000. I think I can find a way to work with the Golf Course Advisory Committee and the City Council, come up with in raising $40,000. If I could raise $40,000, then that impact is for that 2028 is zero. And I think you just move like that and break it into small pieces, and I think we could solve a problem like this. But it's only $40,000. That's not a lot of money when it comes time to the thousands of people who actually play golf up there, and the money that goes through there, the tournaments that go through there. I think when people see that the community is investing in a facility like this, they will step forward. That's who Concord is.
I'd like to suggest that the city manager is going to be before us again on June 2nd. I believe he also is going to be talking about the golf.
I'll go through the whole plan of all the finances.
Exactly. And so since there are a lot of people in the audience, and I suspect 3 or 4 probably want to testify on this, and we still have the rest of the CIP to go through.
Tim's done a lot of work.
Yes. Could I suggest that we suspend our questions, hold them until the 2nd, allow Mr. Thompson to proceed?
Thank you, Mr. City Manager.
Thank you.
Welcome. Thank you. That's great.
Next category, General Service Department Vehicles, page 259. One project, which is CIP 121, which is the Vehicle and Equipment Replacement Program. This is the annual project in the CIP that is the systematic programmed replacement of their vehicles and equipment, ranging from pickup trucks to heavy construction equipment. Again, 85% from the general fund, 10% from the sewer fund, and then about 5% from the water fund. The list of vehicles that are proposed to be done in 2026 are on the slide.
Any questions? Okay, please proceed.
Information Technology and Communications, pages 260 to 261, 5 projects, and I will say that this is probably the only section of this presentation that does not have pictures. Starting with CIP2, which is our annual, again, hardware and software replacement program, $236,000 of capital transfers, 75% from the general fund, and then 12.5% from the water and sewer fund. This is, again, replacing hardware, computers, monitors, servers, printers, mobile computers for the police department, security system upgrades and replacements. CIP 297 is our geographic information system. We're proposing $30,000. Again, 1/3 general fund, 1/3 capital transfer from water and sewer. This is to develop updated custom GIS applications for the system. CIP 574 is entirely proposed to be funded by capital closeout. This is a conversion and transfer of our historical development and building permit data from our old tracker system into our current EnerGov system. This will help us to get that historical information into the current system, which has been problematic over the last couple of years. Next is CIP 615, fiber system replacement, $25,000 capital transfer. This is, again, fiber optic needs assessment and reviewing our infrastructure for degradation and estimating the lifespan of our current hardware. Lastly, in this section, we have our multifunction photocopy machine, CIP 631, $32,000 capital transfer from the general fund. This is to replace our networked multifunctional copier printer scanners in financing collections at City Hall, the purchasing and at the combined operations maintenance facility, and then the citywide community center for Parks and Rec.
Any questions? Please proceed.
Next is intersections. This is pages 261 and 262. 5 projects current in the fiscal 26, totaling $1.88 million. The first is CIP 31, which is McKee Square, Broadway, West Street. This is an old concept plan. This is not what's currently being proposed out there, but I just wanted to show an example of what potentially could be happening out there with this long-time problematic intersection. This is proposed to be impact fees and state funding for this year. This is preliminary and final engineering, federal permitting process. That portion of that was appropriated in fiscal 24. Right-of-way acquisition, and this is all part of the $2.4 million congestion mitigation air quality grant that was received in August of 2024, which is the 8% share from the state and federal government. Next, we have CIP 283, which is a multifaceted project. This is our traffic signals and traffic operations improvements. Again, utilizing a combination of general fund bonds, state funding, and capital closeouts. This is our routine capital project to improve traffic operations, enhance public safety for motorists and pedestrians, as well as comply with other state and federal regulatory requirements. The first project on here would be the intersection of North State and Pennacook, replacing the traffic signal with new equipment, including mast arms, controller cabinets, countdown pedestrian signals, accessible push-button stations, and video detection, as well as improving the sidewalk corners and geometry at the intersection. This is across from it's the intersection of Pennacook Horseshoe Pond Road. I don't remember the.
Yes.
It is Horseshoe Pond Road.
It is.
The former Santander Bank, the large property in the corner there, the Central Fire Station is there as well. The next project would be construction of the North State and Boonton intersection. Again, replacing mast arms, signal equipment, controllers, improving geometry. I have three all in one slide here. The next would be the signalized intersection at Fort Eddy Road and Fort Eddy Plaza, and then several intersections with new traffic signal controllers at North State and Warren, North State and School, North State and Capitol, and Center and Green. This project at Boonton and North State is the location of the driveway for the potential future police station, so that's a fairly important program to add this. It's also done in coordination to know that we are planning on doing CIP 78 roadway work here in the following year, so that we coordinate those projects so that they're appropriately sequenced. The Fort Eddy Road, Fort Eddy Plaza intersection would be next. And then the 4 intersections mentioned in the last slide as well. Lastly, would be also in countdown pedestrian signals, accessory push buttons at North State and School and North Student Capitol. Next, at CIP 520, intersection safety improvements. This is the Center Washington Street intersection. This is the modification from the latest neighborhood meeting as to what the potential design of that intersection would be, turning that pretty dangerous Y into more of a J, so to speak. This is a $180,000 project using highway reserve funds to reconstruct that intersection. The next is CIP 570, Pleasant, Warren, and Fruit. It says intersection improvements, but what we're proposing here is to utilize, again, impact fees to update a corridor study and modeling in that area, to look at future intersection design and roadway improvements, to update a study that was done previously in 2004 when conditions and different roadways were still in the CIP that are no longer there. CIP 661 is the last in this section, which is the Grid Smart processors, $41,000. This would be to do 8 intersections, and for a reminder, Grid Smart processors control the direction and phase of traffic at signalized intersections.
Any questions for Mr. Thompson? Councilor Craig.
Thank you, Your Honor. The intersection at North State Street, Pennacook, and Horseshoe Pond, given that that intersection itself is a little underutilized right now, given the development that is adjacent to it, and of course we know Irving owns land, is intending to do a development project there, and then we have the Sanders Bank, which is basically vacated. Does it make sense to hold off on doing that until we have actual development happening in the area that we could then capture transportation impact fees in order to offset the $1.1 million that is intended here on the bond?
I think I know what Mr. Walsh is going to say, but I'll let him say it.
You never know.
Yeah, and we may need the city engineer, but my recollection is we are doing a review of traffic signals in the city for structural integrity based on the incident that we had at Center Street and North State Street not too long ago. And my recollection is that we are looking at doing this because of what the condition of the intersection is today. Currently, the city does not charge impact fees for commercial development, so to the extent that Santander redevelops or a future development occurs across the street, there would be no impact fees on this at this time. And even if there were, we can only use it to increase capacity at the intersection. So, but I believe this is being driven largely by the age and condition of the equipment and the forthcoming road improvement program that the city will be doing under CIP 78, which is the annual highway program, because we're going to be paving this section of Boonton North State Street, subject to city council approval.
Thank you.
Questions? Please proceed.
All right. Next topic is other vehicles, page 262, 2 projects, $405,000. First is CIP 569, Parks and Cemetery, small turf equipment. This is $125,000 for a new mower and brush cutter, battery-powered GPS robot athletic field paint machine, replacement of a zero-turn mower, and a sod cutter. The second project in this category is CIP 575, which is the fairly regular police vehicle equipment replacement, $280,000 to replace 4 police vehicles, part of the normal rotation.
Thank you. Any questions for Mr. Thompson? Please proceed.
Next is parking, pages 263 and 264. 2 projects, a little over $1.3 million proposed here. First is CIP 432, which is a State Street parking garage. Many of you may recall, if you were on the council at the time, in fiscal 24, there was an appropriation made to do a study for the future of that garage, whether it's improvements, demolish and replace, surface parking lot, and other various studies. That study is now underway. We have hired a consultant. This is supplemental funding through both use of parking fund capital closeouts of about $73,000 and $40,000 of capital transfer to cover the extent of the scope of that study, which is obviously expanded. We're also looking at that project to look at the general area that is served outside of the garage itself to see if the parking system can handle the impacts of the various alternatives for the garage's future. So that study will actually be underway. There'll be some parking folks out in early June during a legislative session day and on a Saturday to try to get some data about the usage of parking along the system in that area. The next is CIP 433, the School Street Garage. There's $1.2 million, 1.19 in bond, $10,000 capital transfer, $880,000 for our typical 5-year maintenance and repairs. That's intended to be every 5 years. We last did the fiscal 18 and 20 run renovations, so we're intending that this would include repairs and replacements of waterproofing, sealants, membranes, touching up paint to the structural steel frame, masonry repairs to the brick walls located in the east elevation, as well as design and construction oversight and contingency. $110,000 for security camera replacements, $100,000 for reclaiming the pavement in that service alley to the west of the garage, $100,000 for reclaiming the parking lot on the south side of the garage, and then $10,000 which was repurposed for graffiti remediation in the past year. This is replacing that funding for the eventual removal and replacement of leased parking signage as we move towards converting those spaces to permits. We are continuing to work with leaseholders in that garage. I believe we're close to getting those done. You'll actually see in June a proposal to convert leases at the Store Street Garage for the Capitol Commons LLC. So we're hoping that that will kickstart the conversion of these long-term leases into a permit program, which will allow us to administer our parking program in a more efficient manner. And we believe it would be much more appropriate for both the economic development and parking goals for the city.
Thank you. Councilor Fennessy.
Thank you. I think you mentioned we'd spent a significant amount of money at the School Street parking garage in, was it 2018 or 2020?
It was 5 years, so between 2018 and 21 were the improvements. This is the 5-year refresh from those.
And I know you shot up on the screen, oh, there it is again, the items that we're going to be addressing. Can you explain a little bit more about what the 5-year maintenance and repairs to the garage would be?
So as I had mentioned, it's in my notes but not on the slide. It's repair and replacement of waterproofing, sealants, membranes, touching up any paint structural steel frame, masonry repairs to the brick walls on the east elevation, and any design, service, construction oversight and contingency.
Do we have any sense of what the impact of the state parking garage being, you know, a block away is going to have on our utilization of the School Street garage?
School Street right now is our most heavily utilized garage on a daily basis, generally speaking. It also has the longest term leases that I'm dealing with. A lot of those leases are 55-year leases that were done in the 80s that we're trying to work towards permits on. I don't know that I have something in my head. It's just it's not coming to my.
Let's see if I can channel it.
Thank you.
So the new state garage is 409 spaces. The existing 205 space garage over Store Street will be demolished. The question will be how many bags are left on the street? How will the state manage their new 409 space garage when the legislature is not in session? Will they allow state employees to park there, to be determined? So we need to factor that into how we're going to do this analysis to determine what is the capacity of the rest of the parking system to absorb the potential removal of the State Street garage. So to be determined, part of your scope of work, though, to try and figure that out with the consultant that we're working with.
Thank you. Just a more follow-up. So I think this is all part of what I'm thinking about. We've got dollars in the outer years for the State Street garage. We're putting additional money into the School Street garage, and I'm glad to hear that we're sort of thinking about it all holistically, because we've got 409 spaces that are going to come online within 2 blocks of both of these parking garages. So would you believe that I am glad to hear that we're thinking about this, because my concern is that we're potentially investing too much in parking garages that are going to be half emptied.
The money that's currently in the CIP for State Street is literally a placeholder using old numbers for worst-case scenario. That this study that we're currently undertaking is going to drive what those costs are in the outer years.
And if we can get out of our long-term leases to permits, which is the best management practice for managing reserve parking in the garages, we'll increase the capacity of the garages by doing that and serving the public. So hopefully we'll be able to get there with our long-term leaseholders in State Street and Store Street. I'm sorry, School Street and Store Street.
State Street has no leases anymore. State Street is all permits.
Any other questions? All right, please move forward.
All right, next topic, Parks and Open Space, pages 264 to 266. 4 projects, about $3.2 million. The first is the Phase 2 building improvements at the facility at White Park for an equipment lift and life safety upgrades to the maintenance facility. $390,000 bond and about $63,000 of capital closeout funds for that. Next is CIP 56, Rollins Park. The picture in your lower right is really the reason why we're doing this project. This is $110,000 to grade and repave the road inside the park, which is approximately 1,500 feet. CIP 60, the Kiwanis Waterfront Park. This is an asterisk project of $1 million, 50% federal grant, 50% donations. This will be the skate park identified in the 2023 Merrimack River Recreation Open Space Corridor Vision Charrette in the public meetings that were held in 2024. CIP 515 is golf course winter recreation improvements, $100,000 of donations to add an underground 2-inch water line, 3-phase power, water print and meter to help with the snowmaking at the driving range. This would be the Phase 2 of the Ski the Beeve program. Again, asterisk project. CIP 557 Memorial Field. This is a final design and permitting request. $1.5 million to be shared equally between the school district and the city with a use of $140,000 of impact fees to help offset the general fund portion of that. Again, because this is a project that would improve capacity and increase opportunities, it is eligible for impact fees.
Thank you. Any questions for Mr. Thompson? Councilor Brown.
Yes, I just, are any of these projects something that we could not use the recreation reserve on?
As the city manager pointed out, I believe that is a
That could go
decision
for
that the
any of
council could
these.
make
Okay.
regarding a recreational project.
I wasn't sure if, I'm sorry,
Follow-up?
follow-up. I wasn't sure if matches, like those projects that have grants already approved, if,
I just learned that this fund existed this tonight, so
Oh.
I'm with you, so.
okay, all right, very good, thank you.
Any other questions? Please go on.
Public buildings, pages 266 to 268. Large price tag, $39.8 million here. First is citywide recreation facilities, CIP 63. This is the Garrison Park replacement of the pool, which was delayed from last year, as well as some locker room HVAC improvements at the Green Street Community Center. CIP 68, which is the library. This is a project utilizing a mix of general fund bond and closeout, looking at some property acquisition for the potential expansion of the library itself. CIP 323, which is the combined operations and maintenance facility improvements, $40,000 roughly here. Mix of sewer, water bonds, general fund bonds, and capital closeout. This would be the main shop replacing the main shop compressor. CIP 443, the Citywide Community Center, $130,000 for design and permitting of expanding that parking lot, which is crowded to say the least at certain times of the year. CIP 594, which would be design and site evaluation for a new central fire station headquarters. And then CIP 643, which is the potential new police facility. This image here shows the overhead of the existing former Carter Group Insurance building, This is a preliminary concept rendering from the current consultant working with Beth Fenstermacher. This, again, is partially asterisk. The general fund bond of $3.5 million would be used for renovation of the building addition and construction, doing some the $3.5 million would be for interior demolition, environmental remediation, exterior site and utility work, and then the bulk of that, the 34.8, would be for the renovation of the building addition, construction, and the improvements. We'll be likely back to the council in late summer, early fall with the final design and cost estimate for that asterisk funding. Again, as I mentioned when we talked about the intersection, Boonton Street's programmed as part of the road program in fiscal 27. So we want to get that done in advance of the traffic signal work in CIP 283. And just reminding the council that at this point you've previously funded approximately $4 million for property acquisition, $3.13 million for design work, and about $240,000 for weatherization and stabilization of the building in the interim period.
Thank you, Mr. Thompson. Any questions? Councilor Fennessy.
Thank you. Just a follow-up question on this. So I note on your slide it says that the 3.5 million is not asterisk, but in our version of the budget, the whole thing is asterisk.
That is a quirk of the Access database that I cannot make that change. So that is, I believe, and Brian can correct me if I'm wrong, when the actual resolution is put together, that the $3.5 million will be included in the budget resolution.
We will double check that and make sure.
Thank you.
Follow up. So just so I'm clear on this, so if we approve the capital improvement program as presented, we would be approving $3.5 million.
$3.5 million is proposed to be included in this budget and is part of the total amount in the CIP, yes.
Thank you.
Very good. All right, please proceed.
Thank you. Next, we have public safety, pages 269 to 271, two projects, about $87,000. First being a mix of general fund bond and closeout for the systematic replacement of fire hose and equipment in CIP 376. And then in CIP 573, this is the replacement of their active shooter personal protective equipment.
Thank you. Any questions on public safety? Please proceed.
Sewer collection, page 271 to 272, two projects, about $189,500. The first being sewer main rehabilitation and construction. This is for, it's our annual funding of interceptor access road maintenance for those sewer interceptors. And then secondly is CIP 648, which is a needed update to our wastewater master plan, mix of sewer fund bonds and capital closeout funds. This would be to look at the sewer collection system citywide concurrently with the master plan that we're proposing to do at the same time. We're hoping to ensure that our land use goals and policies are aligned with our infrastructure strategy, and that will also assist in guiding our future projects for wastewater.
Any questions? Councilor Schlosser.
What is an interceptor?
An interceptor, and it's not the line that services an individual building, but it moves large quantities of sewer between facilities.
I see. Thank you.
By gravity.
Question?
Great. Thank you.
Please proceed.
Sewer treatment, page 372, one project, $5.9 million. That's the Hall Street wastewater treatment facility. This is a project that's a mix of sewer bonds, capital closeouts, and sewer investment fees. Includes dewatering equipment refurbishments, construction of administration and construction administration, process upgrades, preliminary design. That money is actually related to the biological oxygen demand issues that were discussed with the council back in February. It's also to do headworks windows, electrical room HVAC, controlled building ceiling, replacing fire alarm panels, and some motor control testing.
Any questions for Mr. Thompson? All right, please proceed.
Sidewalks and streetscapes, page 273, $155,000. The first is CIP 17, $55,000 to improve the crosswalks and sidewalks on Clinton Street near Harvard Street, to be coordinated with the paving work to be done in CIP 78. And then final design survey for sidewalk, crosswalk, bus stop improvements at North Main Street, Store Street, and Boonton, again, to be coordinated with CIP 78, which is the annual highway paving program. And then lastly, in this category, we have the Merrimack River Greenway Trail, $100,000 for the final design of the section between Sewell's Falls Road to the Bosquen Town Line. This is subject to property acquisition from CSX Railroad, and negotiations are ongoing.
Questions? Mr. Thompson? All right, seeing none, please move forward.
Solid Waste Management, no projects. Storm Sewer, page 274, we have two projects. First is CIP 83. This is $500,000 for the Abbottville Sewer Access Road. This is funds that would complete the access road and storm drainage channel restoration to comply with current NHDES regulations. The construction administration services for the consultant. There's been prior funding over the course of time on this one. And it's important from both a regulatory compliance and an erosion control perspective to complete this project. Next is CIP 347, which is inflow and infiltration, which is again our annual attempt to get rid of all of our areas where our storm sewer and stormwater, our stormwater and sanitary sewer are combined. In this case, it would be on Fowler Street and Rolfe Street.
Any questions on storm sewer? Seeing none, please proceed.
Street corridor improvements on pages 274 and 275, two projects. First is CIP 36. This is Manchester Street Route 3 South, mostly federal and impact fees. This is the final design right-of-way and engineering study update, asterisks until we have confirmation on the federal funding for this. This was previously funded in both fiscal 24 and 25, about $650,000 in those fiscal years. And right now, as currently in the CIP, we have construction slated for fiscal 28. That date is still in flux depending on a lot of factors, including the I-93 project. CIP 628, which is the LED streetlight replacement, $1.15 million. This would fully replace 72 of the Bishop Crook streetlights on Manchester Street, Water Street, and Loudon Road. In addition to that, any failing supporting infrastructure will be replaced. And again, utilizing LED fixtures is a significant cost savings to the city, and they have a much longer life than the type of existing metal halide bulbs that are them currently.
Any questions on street corridor improvements?
I've got one there. Thank you, Your Honor. Can you share with us what the return on that investment is on the LED streetlights? How long, roughly, how long do they pay for until they pay for themselves?
I want to say it was several $100,000 of savings in electricity costs to the city in the last fiscal year.
We had approximately a 10-year payback that was calculated through, and it was about $640,000. I think we're actually realizing a little bit more savings than what we thought we were going to, which is good. But we had a significant savings. That was on 2,000 streetlights. You know, when you're looking at the other streetlights, it's a much smaller group. Right. But overall, it was a significant savings.
Great, thank you.
And we've had some structural issues. We actually had one of these fall at the Manchester Street Bridge.
Any other questions? All right, please carry on.
Next is street rehabilitation, page 275, one project, that being CIP 78, which is our annual highway improvement program. This is for reclaim, cold plain, and overlay, and maintenance overlay on selected streets. I'm not going to read them all, but we have several streets that are proposed for a full-length reclaim, and then a few streets that have some limit cold plain and overlay.
Any questions? All right, we're almost there. Please push forward.
No streets, no projects. Water distribution, 4 projects, pages 276, 277, starting with CIP 85, which is our water main replacement project. This is a mix of capital closeout and water funds to do the portion of Industrial Park Drive and Pembroke Road, about 3,100 linear feet of 12 and 8-inch water line replacement to replace old infrastructure and meet the current water flow demands. CIP 244, again, a mix of capital transfer and bonds. This is the phased replacement installation of open right gate valves, 75 of those, and the phased installation of meters and reading devices, 600 units. I have the pleasure of getting one of the new ones in my house. It's really nice. CIP 451, leak detection, $10,000 capital transfer. This is the normal, regularly scheduled replacement of the leak detection equipment, our data loggers for the city's water system. CIP 669, which is a new project this year. This is $85,000 to rehabilitate the city-owned water pits at several parks and cemeteries and the golf course. And that's it for that category.
Questions? Councilor Foot?
Thank you, Your Honor. Question relative to the pump station that was proposed near Portsmouth Street in the last budget. I don't see it here, but I do recall seeing a placeholder in the budget for, I think, $1 million when last year was estimated at $3 million. Could you give me an update on where we are on that project?
It's in the next category. That's why.
Thank you.
Hopefully one. Go ahead.
Water treatment, 4 projects, 1.28 million. Starting with water plant improvements, this is $180,000 to rebuild 4 treatment trains and turbidity meter replacements of 9 units. Water system SCADA improvements, CIP 124. This is our supervisory control and data equipment and software updates. Water storage tanks, CIP 347. This is $50,000 for cleaning, crack sealing, and painting of the Ed Young tank. And then CIP 372, which is 1.02 million. This is for the construction of the booster station improvements on Portsmouth per Phase 3 of the Water Master Plan.
Thank you. Any questions? Seeing none?
Thank you.
I'm sorry, Councilor Foot. You had your question. I apologize.
It's there.
I said thank you.
And slide 154, that concludes my presentation.
All right.
Recess, Your
Thank
Honor?
you.
Thank you, Tom.
Recess.
I've been asked for a recess. We'll have a 2-minute recess, and then we'll start the public hearing.
getting too old for this, Byron.
Oh, you've got years to go.
You have years. I don't know about that. Thank you. Pardon me?
Those lights will never pay for themselves.
They won't?
Yes, what is it? Tom.
They would be if they were on a utility pole. They'll let Cohen.
Oh, thank you.
73 lights, $1 million.
I'll now open the public hearing on any aspect of the budget that you wish to testify upon. Sir, come on up.
Do I sit?
Yep, sit and identify yourself.
Hi there, my name's Ted Rice. I am president of the Concord Skate Park Association. We've been working with you guys for about 5 years now. We, in January of 26, our federal grant was approved for the amount of $500,000. The terms of that grant require that it must be matched before it can be utilized. We're kind of going to expand our ask of the city here. The description that went up earlier for CIP 60 stated that it was for $1 million, when in all actuality, the entirety of the program, the project is just a little north of $1.5 million. What we'd like to ask is that the city make a commitment to fund a third of our project, which would allow us an immediate match on the grant, and we could get the process rolling, and we could utilize the reserve fund, the rec reserve fund, which I believe currently is in the amount of about $400,000. We would like to see this project get moving. We were told when we started this it would be a 3 to 5 year project. We're now in year 5. I understand things take time and things change, but let's get going. This is for the kids, for a good, positive recreational space in the city. It's a major use, free public use park. It's a city park. Our tax dollars are going to pay for it. Our private fundraising would pay for it. So we'd like a commitment from the city to assist us in that. We'd also like to consider maybe utilizing some sort of a payback option like has been suggested with the golf course, so that we could continue to raise funds on our own while the project gets started, and we commit to additional fundraising while the project continues and afterwards, if necessary. But anyhow, we'd really like to get the wheels turning, so to speak, and get moving on the project.
So, thank you. Any questions for Mr. Rice? Councilor, I'm sorry, I didn't see your
Councilor
hand.
Horn.
Councilor Horn, thank you.
You've started fundraising already?
Yes.
How much have you fundraised?
I would say we probably have about $16,000 right now. But we have not really hit the ground running in our embracing of larger donors.
Thank you.
Yes, I have 2 questions. When did you create your nonprofit fundraising, and how many events have you had since you created it?
I believe if in the letters that you guys received through the clerk's office, we included some copies of flyers for events that we've had, and I believe it was 11 to 13 events that we've had officially. A lot of this is just to raise awareness and keep awareness of the project. And then we also went ahead and had we put out a petition a while back, and there are 983 signatures on that petition. It took us about a week to get those. So we do feel that we have a good following and you know.
Follow up?
When did you incorporate? When did you
We
guys start?
officially registered as a nonprofit, I believe it was March of 22.
Mr. Rice, thank you for your commitment to this effort.
Thank you for your
Wait,
time.
I have a question.
Yes.
Did you say you've raised 16,000 or 60,000?
16. 16,000.
And why is the cost of the project increased by half?
It actually hasn't. What the amount that was stated here earlier was the grant plus the match amount. So that was not the full sum of the project.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your time.
Anyone else? No, right. Yes. Welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, city councilors. I just want to say thank you for all your work. This is a really grueling process, sitting through budget meetings. I'm grateful for all of your hard work. Thank you. My name is Linda Matledge. I live in Ward 9. I lived in Concord for 41 years, and I've been golfing at Beaver Meadow for about 30. And I'm here to speak in favor of the new clubhouse. I am on the Golf Advisory Committee, and I was on the Ad Hoc Building Committee. I feel that it is penny wise and pound foolish not to build a new clubhouse. The profits from the golf fund should go to the maintenance of the golf course, and maybe there might sometimes be some left over for the general fund, but instead we're using it to put Band-Aids on an old, dilapidated, falling apart clubhouse, and it's throwing good money after bad. The new design proposed by the city manager is actually a great design. It's scaled down, it's cheaper, and it's, from the original designs, yet it meets the requirements: more space for golf operations and a restaurant, and cross-country skiers, which is really important. They need a space. It's a reasonable response to taxpayer concerns. It's a compromise. If this design had been proposed to the ad hoc committee, I would have voted for it. This is a tourist state. New Hampshire is more than happy to have people come from out of state and spend their money here. Concord is no different. It's the capital, it's a hub of the Merrimack Valley. Why shouldn't we welcome non-residents to spend their money here? The fact that 188 residents hold season passes does not mean that they are the only residents who golf. Many residents use the course, some regularly, some episodically. The course is consistently busy, and the number of new golfers is growing. If you don't believe me, come out to the course sometime. Even last night, in the rain and the cold and the damp, there were 2 leagues playing and dozens of children having golf lessons, and they looked like they were having a blast. And their parents are watching them, just like parents watch soccer games. There's been a lot of misinformation disseminated in the media, on social media, to you guys, that golf is an elitist sport, and that could not be further from the truth at Beaver Meadow. It might be true someplace else. It's not true at Beaver Meadow. Everyone is welcome to come and play there. Concord has many, many amenities. We've heard a lot about them tonight. There's a beautiful downtown, there's lots of open space, there's extensive trails, there's a library, there's neighborhood parks and pools. And this is part of being a wonderful community. This is part of why people like to live in Concord. Yes, we have a golf course, and it pays, and I am a taxpayer. I'm a taxpayer, so I know how our taxes have gone up over the years. But the golf course and the new clubhouse is an asset and a revenue source that should be supported. A new clubhouse will attract more golfers, and it will continue to be a city asset for years, for decades into the future. It's like planting a tree, you know, the best day to plant a tree was yesterday, and the next best day is today. And when your infrastructure is falling down, the best time to replace it was probably 5 years ago, but the next best time is now. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any questions for Ms. Matlock? Please, no expressions of approval or disapproval. Well, Charlie, I didn't recognize you, but come on up.
Well, you knew me in the coffee shop the other day. Charlie Russell, Ward 5, thank you for all your work. I'm going to speak on a couple of issues. One is no one has, or few have watched as an outsider, non-golfer, what's been going on. I was there in August of 23. I was there in December of 23. When there were presentations. I was there February 13th, 25, when they had the last 3 proposals. I was very much unaware of the latest proposal. We're heading in the right direction, but we need to hear from the public. You know, the people have been involved. You got a lot of people, and as much as the city manager says we can walk it to death, we can also rush it to judgment. This is for the community. You need to hear from the community. If you're going to have a bond hearing, you're going to have a hearing on the presentation, and the people will get to speak. And if it's not going to have an impact on this year's tax rate, then what's the rush to judgment? Let's work it out, and let's have a hearing, and we can move it along. But we've certainly made substantial steps. I also attended the school board on TIFs. I also attended the school board budget meeting. Probably not a lot of other people did. They have a $110 million budget, and they've got $25 million in their back pocket in reserve funds. And they added $3 more million to it, and we spoke up against it. So I said, let's see what the city has. And if you turn to page 206 of the budget, the TIF summary for the Northeast TIF, Northeast Opportunity TIF, page 206, at the beginning of the year, there was a $2.9 million reserve fund. And at the end of this month, June, there's going to be $3.2 million. That TIF fund, and it was explained pretty well, it started in the mid-90s, was going to end up in 20 years, and then you bought the piece of land that's going to be the Storrs Street extension, perhaps, but until 93 is expanded and all these other things happen, it's just money sitting there. There's a $30,000 a year bond. It has 11 more years to go, and there's interest on it. So if you win 10 times, say $40,000, you got $400,000 to pay that bond off. You take that from the $3.2 million, and there's $208 million. $2.8 million of found money that could be used to stabilize the tax rate. There's no reason why the city needs to be in this, and perhaps in other places, be sitting on $3.2 million to pay off $350,000 to $400,000 in bonds. So you close out the TIF district and you put that money into the general fund. Down the road, we'll see what happens. The state may pay for the Storrs Street extension. The feds may pay for it. But anyway, so I ask you to consider that. I'll be back for the golf fund. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm sorry, any questions? All right, you're set. Thank you. Yes. Welcome.
Hello, good evening. My name is Kate Fox Ransmeyer. I'm a resident of Ward 5. I'm also serving on the board of the Concord Public Library Foundation. I will tell you, this is my first time sitting through an entire Finance Committee meeting. I have learned so much and have an even deeper respect for the amount of work you do, but also for what our city does offer. One of the previous speakers mentioned, we have so many services here, and I want to talk about a really positive one that I love, which is our library right down the street. And I was laughing a little bit to myself when Mr. Aspel mentioned the gestational period for projects. And our library has been gestating in this phase, thinking about expansion for 30 years now. In 1995, there began a period of 3 decades when we've had multiple needs assessments and conceptual plans made to say that our 1940 building, made when our city population was just over 27,000 people, is no longer able to service a growing city, and I'm very happy to say growing usage. I've been talking with our director about some exciting new statistics that were in the service indicators, but I want to highlight them for the public record. For the past 2 years, our little public library has had over 250,000 visits. That's a patronage record. Since COVID, our library service has not gone down the way it was predicted would happen nationally. It has gone up. 300,000 items were circulated last year. Over 9,000 people attended a library program across our 3 branches. As someone who volunteers her time to raise awareness about the library, hearing this just reaffirms for me personally, like, okay, you know, this is worth my time, because this is a service that people want, people really need. We also are very fortunate in Concord to have this incredibly talented staff. Our library staff knows our community well. They know how they want to learn, they know how they want to read, they know what kinds of ways they want to engage with each other. Last spring, I think I came and talked to you just before we launched our final Concord Reads event. And now I get to talk to you. We pushed it up a little bit this year because of how crazy May is. So we had it in April, and this year's Concord Reads event, which engages people across the community with a single title, which was Ty Gagney's Where You'll Find Me, Risk Decisions, and The Last Climb of Kate Matrosova, again, broke all records in terms of circulation. In a period of less than 2 months, nearly 600 copies of Ty Gagney's books circulated to people in the library, which is remarkable considering he is a known author. He's a New Hampshire author. People have read his work, and we went back to his first book. This means new people were coming in and reading his book. Every single program that we put out there this year was full within days of being posted on the library's website, which brings me back to this lovely building. Excuse me. We couldn't take as many people as wanted to come to our events. And that's because the library auditorium has been closed for ages, because the ADA compliant lift that was retrofitted into a basement level auditorium doesn't work. It hasn't worked. We were told it was going to be available to make it possible for us to have as many people as possible come to our events, and that didn't come to fruition. Our creative staff at the library, you know, reworked what was going to happen. We were able to have people in the lower lounge, but we had to say no to a lot of people because of fire code regulations. A lot of people wanted to come to our events, and they couldn't because this pattern of retrofitting, and to use earlier language from another speaker, Band-Aid solutions on a very old, very special, but very old building that simply was not intended for the way people live today, the way people move through space today. It is impacting library services directly. It's impacting the number of people the library can reach. We need that new building, and we're so glad that that acquisition of the property is in the plan for 2026. That is an essential next step, and we are just really, really excited to keep things moving forward so that by 2030, when it's projected that we'll finally construct that library, it really does happen. Last thing I want to tell you is the Concord Public Library Foundation, as I've shared with you before, it's an independent 501c3 nonprofit, but we're working with library staff to create an informational citywide mailer that's going to be going out in the fall to educate the public about exactly what our library offers, what our building is preventing it from offering, and what can happen when we have an energy efficient, completely ADA compliant building that is safe, it's inviting, and it meets the needs of staff and patrons alike. We're really excited to start generating public interest in this project at a much higher level starting this fall, and you'll be hearing a lot from us. So keep an eye on your mailboxes, and I'll be back many times, I'm sure.
Thanks for the work.
Any questions for Ms. Fox-Ransmeyer?
Yes.
Councilor Horn.
It's not a question. I just want to thank you for your passion and your vigorous joy around the reading in the library to our fairly dull meeting here. Thank you.
Me too. All right. Thanks so much.
Any other questions? Thank you.
All right.
Thank you, Kate.
Yes, sir. Welcome.
Hello, thank you. Thank you so much. My name is Mark Hoban. I live in Ward 10. What? Excuse me? I live in Ward 10. I prepared something just so I don't babble. We all get to bedtime before 11 o'clock tonight. I'm speaking to you today as a proud citizen of Concord with the hope that I can help make a case for the skate park. I urge you to support the proposal for the city to help fund the skate park. It's something our community truly deserves. Something we can be proud of. All the young athletes in our city can benefit from. The Concord Skate Park Association, comprised of skateboarders of all ages, has tirelessly fundraised and raised awareness for years, demonstrating unwavering commitment to bringing this project to fruition. Their dedication is a testament to the passion for such a space in our city. This brings me to a crucial point regarding our city's budgeting priorities. It's incredibly concerning that in a budget where the golf course accounts for a significant percentage of the general fund, that other projects that are comparably affordable are being underserved. The relatively modest investment that something like the skate park would require, especially viewed in this context, represents exceptional value. I think the same could be said for a lot of other projects that are on the docket. Furthermore, it's troubling to note the disparity in expectations and contributions that's expected by the community for these projects. The group that's been raising money for the golf course is established as recently as January 24, is raising 4% of the requirement for the golf course improvements. Well, we haven't even broken ground for the skate park yet. And let me note, I'm not even a skateboarder. I'm a golfer. I love Beaver Meadow. I play golf there most weekends. But in stark contrast to the fundraising situation for the golf course, the Skate Park Association has been grinding for years to raise that $16,000. I don't mean to include that pun there. So this fundraising demonstrates a sustained grassroots commitment to making this happen. Characterized by determination and creativity, they've had multiple arts auctions, multiple fundraisers at various places throughout town, and they're really working hard to bring that money together. So that said, I think it's important to note that a well-designed concrete skate park should be seen as a powerful long-term investment in the young people of our community. And it requires almost no upkeep. It's concrete, no irrigation, no retail shops that people don't buy their golf clubs from, no alcohol consumption on site, and it's incredibly equitable for the entire community. The stereotype of the rebellious skateboarder is dead, long dead. Today, skateboarding is an Olympic sport propelled by a multi-billion-dollar industry with ever-growing global participation. These factors make it a worthy investment, as any other sport or activity Concord's taxpayers would support. And I think it also makes it a really easy choice for the council in funding a project like this. Investing in a public skate park is strategically sound and fiscally responsible. Beyond the city's balance sheet, it offers significant returns in individual development. And as a corporate hiring manager, I can attest that qualities honed in skateboarding, patience, perseverance, focus, creativity, and self-expression speak volumes of an individual's character, and we should be giving this to our youth in Concord. All it takes to cultivate that passion is a fraction of the support we're offering other activities in town. From a fiscal perspective, a city's investment in a concrete skate park is an investment in a low-maintenance, high-impact community asset. It addresses critical social needs by providing a safe, engaging space for youth, promoting physical health, and fostering strong community. So the longevity and the minimal upkeep of a concrete park make it a really easy choice, while the social and indirect economic returns offer a compelling value that outweigh the initial costs. This is practically a one-time choice that will reverberate positively for years and years for youth from our city ongoing. With this in mind, I hope you seriously consider the outsized benefits of this easy choice and consider equitably allotting a greater percentage of those recreation funds to the Concord Skate Park. It's a proactive investment in the well-being and vibrancy of our city. And just to add regarding the golf course, as a taxpayer and a homeowner in Ward 10, the argument that we've been doing this for too long is not a good reason to suppress public comment. Frankly, it's kind of insulting. But I thank all of you for your time and your commitment to our city and all the work you do and all the long nights that you spend here listening to all of us. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Any questions for Mr. Kovic?
Hoban, sorry.
Hovan?
Yes,
Oh, I'm
Hoban,
sorry.
H-O-V-A-N.
I apologize. Any questions for Mr. Hovan?
No.
Thank you so
Great.
much.
Thank you so much.
Mr. Schweiker?
Good evening, mayors and members of the city council. I'm Roy Schweiker. And once again, because you had a long presentation, you're going to get a long presentation from me. So let's start off with the Community Development Project Department. I think that this year's budget is much less carefully done than the past. If you look at page 137 to see the table of organization for the Community Development Project, there is an Economic Development Division on that table of organization that apparently has no responsibilities. On the other hand, there's an Admin Division that has responsibilities that is not shown on the table of organization. I think that, that's relatively careless. And I think something we need to do in that department, and I don't know if you need to add money for a consultant, because you seem to always want consultants for everything you do, is we need to change the process of approving development projects, because right now they're totally stacked in favor of the developer. Developers like to complain, it's very hard to get projects approved in Concord. You take that same project to Bowen Hopkinton, it would never be approved. It just takes a little while in Concord. So we need to let the public talk about some of these. I'll give you 3 examples of things we need to change in the process. The Zoning Board of Adjustment, for instance, has a process that you can only speak for 10 minutes in favor of your project and 5 minutes from the public. So we had a developer that rambled on for like an hour and a half or 2 hours about the benefit of his project that needed 30 waivers or something. And then at the end, after he gets done, I tried to go through those, waivers one by one. Oh no, you can only have 5 minutes. I mean, that's ridiculous. If he only gets 10, I get 5. If he gets 2 hours, I get 1 hour. So we need to, make it fair for the people that are commenting. If the thing is that difficult, the people commenting need to respond. And another thing, once again, if you have a thing, if the developer testifies, the public testifies, then the developer can get up and rebut anything the public has said.
Mr. Schweiker, could you stick to the budget?
Yeah, I'm talking, Mr. Chairman, I'm pointing out, this is something we need to do. We need to put money in the budget for a consultant.
I see. Okay, thank you. Go ahead.
Didn't I say that already?
I lost that trail. Go ahead.
Okay, anyway, but the other thing about it is that, like I said, the developer gets to talk, the public gets to talk, the developer theoretically can rebut what the public says, but in fact can say anything he wants to, and the public has no ability to respond to what the developer said, even if it's entirely different. We need to make it like a court, that each side gets a turn equally. And another example is the planning board. We have a problem here that not everyone in the city has an instant ability to review all engineering and architectural plans on the spot. If we expect the public to comment on the development plan, they need to see that plan in advance. So a plan should not be marked complete unless it was complete 10 days before the public hearing was. If it was not complete when the notice is posted, then the planning board can vote this plan is complete, but it wasn't complete 10 days earlier. So we need to postpone the public hearing until the next meeting so the public has at least 10 days to review all this information. And probably the most extreme example of this is with the casino, where the consultant apparently walks into the meeting and says, here's my traffic study. Even the city staff really can't look at it, and then they vote to approve it. People should have been given the full 10 days to review and comment on that traffic study. So anyway, there's 3 examples of things that this consultant can review to improve our process so it's not stacked in favor of developers. Okay, next one is the library. Once again, if you look at the library table of organization, there's somebody called the Adult Services Director. Well, there isn't one. And you can see that because there's a definite lack of programming for adults, particularly seniors. The library doesn't seem to understand that there are many people who are seniors who do not drive or do not drive at night. They want events during the day. Well, go look at the library calendar and see how many events there are during the day for adults. And note that adults are not allowed to attend children's events in general. So it's not like you can go to them if you want to, even though a lot of them sound like fun. And the last thing I'm going to say about the library is apparently there's an expansion proposed, and we're voting money to buy a piece of land. You know, shouldn't the public be, you know, told in a conference or something about this expansion before you go out and vote money to start building it? And I, for one, believe the library is big enough as it is now. They just use their space very wastefully. Most of the rooms in the library are not in use during the day, and the library does not have extended hours like most libraries. Half of the larger libraries in the city are on Sunday, for instance. Concord used to be on Sunday. You wouldn't need as much space if you had people working on Sunday and people coming in on Sunday. And if they were open all evenings instead of only half of the evenings, you wouldn't need as much space. So I think that instead of spending our time on, you know, expanding a library, we need to manage the space we have better. Okay. I guess I finally made it into the capital projects. No, TIF districts first. I think the TIF districts should all be closed out. I mean, Charlie had a good example of how you could do it with the North End Opportunity Corridor. Theoretically, a TIF district, you spend money to get more property developed, and the property you're going to develop pays for the money you spent. But that's not the way it's being done. These are essentially kept slush funds. And for instance, the North End Opportunity Corridor, if the new development it will create will not pay for the Storrs Street extension, we shouldn't do the Storrs Street extension. We shouldn't do it just because we've given these people all this money in the past. We should say, okay, we've already given you more than your share of money in the past. We're going to close out that district, and if the Storrs Street expansion won't pay for itself, we won't do it. Okay, the next thing we have is the Healy Park, and I don't think that spending $200,000 to clean up Healy Park is a good idea. I think that we should encourage people to do it themselves. I know there are experts in cleaning up parks and so forth, but more importantly, when I was out on the cleanup, a lot of the, at least 2 homeless people saw it was happening and volunteered to help, but nobody ever asked them to help previously. There was no sign at the Friendly Kitchen, show up tomorrow and help clean up or whatever. And I think that that's something, if they can't afford the fines, they should do community service, and cleaning up sites should be one of them. And I would like to point out that there's all this yammering about hazardous waste, but it is perfectly legal to put human waste in city purple bags. If you don't believe it, what do you call diapers? It's also perfectly legal to put sharps in purple bags, as long as they're in a plastic container. So I don't see that cleaning them up as this hazardous thing that requires a hazmat company to do it. I think we could get this project done more simply. I used to actually walk in Healy Park before it became a campground. So I think that instead of spending that whopping sum on it, let's get some volunteers and community service and whatever to do it for less. Now we have the Merrimack River Greenway Trail. I seem to remember when that was proposed, there was going to be no city money in it. It was going to be entirely funded by donations. And personally, I think, why don't we keep it that way? Why don't we say, okay, you find the money, we'll do it. And so, once again, that's that. And I guess the last thing I will mention briefly, perhaps saving some comments for a different day, is the golf course and the clubhouse. It's an interesting feature that if you're an attorney or an accountant, you've got to have a license, you've got to have a board, you have a code of ethics. And if you don't meet them, you can, lose your job. In this state, you need to have a license to be a school superintendent or to be a school business administrator. And once again, you have to meet certain requirements, and you can file complaints against if they don't do it. On the other hand, you could be a city manager or a city finance director. You don't need a license, and you don't have to deal with any ethics board. And I think we have a definite problem with the way the golf course is presented. We should have all of the golf-related stuff through the golf fund. If you want to subsidize it with general fund, fine, but that's the way it should look on the budget. It should look like the golf fund is being subsidized by the general fund, not the way it's shown now, that it looks like the golf fund is subsidizing the general fund. You know, it should be clear what people are doing, and it's not. And this business about, well, you can spend reserve funds without raising taxes, well, that's technically true. Well, let's say you took that reserve fund, and instead of spending $5.9 million on a golf clubhouse, you said, okay, we're going to take it out of the reserve fund and use reduced taxes next year. So in effect, spending money from the reserve fund is the same as raising taxes, because you're taking money you could have used to reduce taxes and spending it on something. So, and my biggest gripe on this is that, in effect, we are not charging out-of-town people their fair share on this. I think I would request one of the councilors who's listening, because they can do this and I can't, to ask the city people, question number 31, let's say that we decided that there would be no general fund money in the clubhouse because out-of-towners shouldn't be required to pay the full thing. And we'll go subsidize the resident fees, but not the out-of-town fees. So what would the golf course fees have to be to pay for the whole thing and the irrigation and golf courts, whatever, of the golf class out of the golf fund? What would the fees have to be? And then say, okay, those will be the fees for out-of-towners, and we will subsidize residents if we feel like it. And I think if we ever saw what the number would be, that people would have to pay the whole cost, which I think is fair for non-residents. They should be required to pay the whole cost. If we saw that number, we'd decide this clubhouse was just too expensive. And there are thousands of houses in the city that are older than that clubhouse. And I own one of them. And if you say it would cost more to rebuild my house, to renovate my house so it's brand new than it would to build a new house, you'd be entirely correct. On the other hand, there's no way I can afford to, tear down my house and build a new house. I live with the one it is, I patch it up, that's the way it is. And I think it should be the same way with the clubhouse, that this is not supposed to be the Taj Mahal. It's supposed to be a golf clubhouse for an inexpensive public course. And if you want the course to remain inexpensive and public, you've got to keep the price down. And then you've got to look at things like, let's say I discovered my roof was leaking. Would I go build a new house? No. I'd say, I have 30-year shingles. Why's my roof leaking? And does anyone ever think about that? I mean, if we have a leaking roof at the clubhouse, do we have a warranty on those shingles? If not, why not? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Schweiker. Anyone have a question for Mr. Schweiker? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Hello, members of the Concord City Council. It's getting close to my bedtime. I brought some notes because I have a tendency to meander. I am Sam Evans Brown. I'm the chair of Ski the Beeve, which is a nonprofit that exists to make local skiing better at the municipal golf course and available to everybody. It's a very exciting day for us. We incorporated just about the same time as the folks at the skate park advocacy group incorporated. Been working on it just about the same amount of time, about 5 years was when we first started talking about this. And so the inclusion of snowmaking in the capital budget is really a big deal for us. I personally have felt like I've been writing the eulogy for the sport that I love the entire time that I've been coaching. It's getting harder and harder and harder to ski in the state of New Hampshire. One of the hats that I wear, excuse me, is I'm on the board of the directors of the New Hampshire Nordic Coaches Association. Recently we got a presentation from the NHIAA, the New Hampshire Interscholastic Athletic Association. Since 2022, we've had a 35% decline in the number of high school skiers that are participating in the sport. That is overwhelmingly in the southern tier of the state. So Bedford and Bow have lost more than 80% of their skiers. Manchester's 2 teams have winked out of existence. Concord's team at its peak, back before I was the coach, when it was at its peak, was over 50 students. It's about half that today. I've heard, anecdotally, we know why this is. The Bedford coach has told me that they've become a winter running team that gets on a bus once a week and goes to a ski race. It's really hard. Right now, Concord is on the bus twice a week to drive to either Holderness or Proctor, where they're paying to get on snow. Those practices that used to end at 5 or 5:30 are now stretching till 8 or 8:30. That's time that is spent away from homework, time that's spent away from family. It's time that's spent expending taxpayer dollars to be on a bus, to go to ski on trails that you're paying for to be on with taxpayer dollars. I at this point firmly believe that within this decade, without a facility here in Concord, it's fairly likely that the high school and the middle school team that we have now may cease to exist. It's really hard to convince kids to make that kind of commitment. Maybe this seems trivial. Maybe this is not that big of a deal to folks who are here with the big decisions that you all have to make. Personally, though, the outdoor recreation opportunities are the reason that my family and I are here in Concord. It's the trails. It's the fact that you all groomed trails here in the capital city, which I did not know about until I had graduated college and was absolutely floored to learn. It's the fact that within 15 minutes we can be mountain biking, we can be hiking in town, we can be trail running, we can be cross-country skiing. The clubhouse is a thing that, for me, has frankly caused me a great deal of stress. It's, I started a little nonprofit trying to make skiing better and more available to more people in Concord, and found myself sort of in the white-hot center of Concord politics somehow. It is objectively true that the skiers are going to benefit from this clubhouse. The current clubhouse it's serviceable. The fact that there's a warm bathroom is a big part of the reason why the group of us that started Ski the Beav started it and said, let's refocus our efforts on trying to groom Beaver Meadow as opposed to all the many other places that we had been grooming. We groom Memorial Field. We used to groom Carter Hill. Of all those places, Beaver Meadow is the only place that has a heated bathroom and a place that you can go and get a hot chocolate with your kid after you've been out skiing with them. It's serviceable as it is, but I don't go in the ladies' room. I hear tell it doesn't work super great.
It's not warm.
And I do hear that you can see the outdoors through the wall in the ladies' room. Now, that said, it is obviously the city council's decision as to what to do about the clubhouse. Is the proposal that we all learned about a week ago the right proposal? I'd leave that all to you, but I will tell you the cross-country ski community will benefit from the proposed design. I think the multi-purpose space that was included in the design is a reasonable approach. I think the scaled-back size is perhaps more manageable, and the fact that there's a commitment from the city manager to try to increase the debt service payments to minimize tax impact, I think is right in line with the types of criticisms we've heard about the previous clubhouse proposals. I did get a question from Councilor Brent Todd about the additional. There's a potential addition to the clubhouse that frankly I learned about on Thursday when the schematics were presented to this committee. We at Ski the Beat, in nonprofit land, you learn to resist strategy creep. We've had a strategy for a long time that was a groomer, snowmaking, lights. And I think we would like time to think about it, talk about it, learn more about the proposal before we commit to raising an additional $188,000 for that addition. I do appreciate the thoughtfulness of this option, but we'd just like to learn more. So this proposal is about a week old, and we haven't really had time to digest what's being put in front of us. We are, however, committed to fundraising the cost of the snowmaking that is in front of you. If folks are curious how we came to the proposal that you've got, I'm happy to take you through the history. I did include that in written testimony that was emailed to the City Council last night, so you can also just read it if you'd like. And with that, I welcome your questions and really thank you all so much for the work you're doing.
Any questions from Mr. Evans Brown? Councilor Horn, then Councilor Credit.
I'm not a cross-country skier. Are the trails at Beaver Meadow adequate for middle school and high schoolers to practice on?
Yes is the answer. So Beaver Meadow is a very gentle set of ski trails. It's a great place to learn. One of the things you'll often see is you'll see a lot of older folks out there skiing on the weekends, and it's because it's just a nice, easy, relatively flat set of trails. One of the big reasons that when I was a ski coach, preferred Beaver Meadow compared to Memorial Field is that it does have a little bit of rolling hills as opposed to Memorial Field, which is just flat. And so it is good for beginners. Typically, as you start to get to more advanced skiers, you look for bigger hills, but that's not really what we have in Concord. So those skiers will have to get that elsewhere, perhaps at their races.
That's accredited.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Evans Brown, it's always good to see you, and it's always good to have your energy at the table. And having someone to champion for winter sports is really awesome. If it were not for the cross-country skiers, we wouldn't have anybody out there, and the groomer has made all the difference for the number of people that come and cross-country ski over the past several years, that when we've had snow and people have been out there, it is really cool to see people in the winter actually using the course. So it's great, all the efforts that you do. With the fundraising, the $100,000, you're intending to have that 100% fundraised for, and it's greatly appreciated. From a perspective of the City Council, we keep talking about and tossing around this $400,000 in recreation impact fees going to fund the golf course. Given that the winter operations are really under the recreation parks and recreation budget, does it make sense to you that this money be spent on a new facility and a new facility here at Beaver Meadow?
So again, I really think that's a call. I mean, you all are balancing so many different priorities, and it's tough for me to say exactly where they should go. The impassioned plea from the gentleman for the skate park, I have to say, I feel for him. We've been in the same boat where we're wondering if we can get the support for the city for our projects. So it's tough for me to answer that question given all your different priorities. I will just say I'm grateful for the support of City Council towards the golf course. And my nightmare is that the city disinvests from Beaver Meadow and we see that turn into houses. So I think that investing in this facility as a community facility and trying to increase use is the right move.
Thank you.
Councilor
McNamara.
Thank you,
Thank you,
Councilor
yeah.
Slate. Councilor McNamara, then Councilor Brown.
Thank you for coming, and thank you for all your efforts. I met you when you were a coach for my child in high school, middle school, and what cross-country skiing does for our youth. It builds conditioning, it provides health, it provides a lifelong activity around health. And we know what those big hills, how treacherous they are and how difficult they are for a new skier. So I just want to say thank you. You put a lot of time and effort and organizing a committee, and it means a lot, I think, for those who get involved. So thank you.
Teaches time management is what it teaches.
Yes, it does. Yes, it does.
I just wanted to share something that you may not have considered. I know that there has been a decline in this sport, and it's because of the climate. This has been a great winter, or last winter was, but previously it wasn't. But also I'm thinking about the families, the socioeconomic factor of our schools. We have 43% of Concord Public School students qualify for free and reduced lunches. And if the skiing was moved to Beaver Meadow, they would be responsible for getting themselves to that course. As it is right now, and this is what I've learned from somebody who works with the program, they get a bus to Proctor and to Holderness, and they have those hills. But also what they have is they have ski patrol there. They have like an EMT or available there because that's part of their program, the mountain there that they go to. That is something that would not be available at Beaver Meadow. So they don't have the hills, they don't have the ski patrol, and they would be on the hook themselves to get to Beaver Meadow.
Is there a question?
The question is, Did everyone ask a question? I think.
Yes.
Sir McNamara just said thank you, and I'm sharing my concerns that I think that we haven't heard, from other people about skiing at Beaver Meadow.
Transportation is always a challenge for the high school team. That is for sure. And it's something I experienced when I was coaching, that we were constantly searching for snow. We were constantly searching for snow that was well groomed. Frequently, Memorial Field was not as well groomed as some of the neighboring communities, and so we would go to Hopkinton. We'd ski at the Hopkinton Fairground, and the kids had to get themselves there. That will always be a challenge. And because of the district's transportation policy, which is that we'll give you a bus if you're leaving the district, but we won't if you're in district, it continues to be a challenge. So I'm not saying that's not a challenge, but I would challenge the assertion that this was a great winter. We tried to have our Learn to Ski event on February 2nd, and we had to delay it for a week. We had a great February. We had 4 great weeks of skiing. And the idea that that is a great winter just sort of shows what's referred to as the shifting baseline syndrome, that we had a little bit of snow, and compared to the last 2 winters where we had almost nothing, suddenly that's a great winter. When I was coaching, which ended in 2021, we would frequently be skiing before Christmas at Memorial Field. We could have practice fairly consistently at Memorial Field almost every day of the week. The coach of the high school team is here, and she can tell you how many times they were able to do that this winter. And I can tell you, it's not many.
Councilor Sector.
Thank you very much, Sir Brown, Sam, Evan Browns, for your enthusiastic support here. And I have really few questions, because you talked about the challenges that you guys face. Transportation, distance, and you just shared something that I am questioning myself here. You said you learned from Councillor Todd about what is happening. It seemed like, and this is just me thinking, could you please speak to the partnership and collaboration when it comes to those things? Because it seemed like from nowhere you learn this is happening. And you guys are here raising money, putting your time, your energy into this. Could you please speak a little about partnership and collaboration here?
So Parks and Recreation has been an excellent partner in terms of developing the snowmaking plan, and also in terms of investing in improving the grooming at Beaver Meadow, which has improved dramatically, in my opinion, over the course of the past 5 or really, if you look back 10 years. I mean, they weren't even really grooming 10 years ago. It's sort of on hiatus. So they've been an excellent partner in that regard. I personally, if I were to speculate as to why I didn't know about the clubhouse design until a week ago, I would speculate it is because the clubhouse has become the white-hot center of Concord politics. And when you're dealing with something that becomes so controversial, I think there has been a need to get creative with how the process gets rolled out. So I don't. Did I love the fact that I had to go back through the YouTube and watch the hearing to find out what was going on with the clubhouse? No, but we got here how we got here through a long history, and I think everyone knows why it is that the clubhouse got redesigned, and I don't think we need to rehash it.
Councilor Todd.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Brown, thank you for being here tonight, testifying, also for trying to answer my question. Following up on Councilor Seiko's remarks, the $188,000 that I cited, and that the reason that you didn't know about this until a week ago is because no one did, because the city manager presented this plan, and that portion, that $188,000, he described it as an extra room that could be utilized in the winter for storage of the Ski the Bees equipment, those people who'd like to use that in the winter, but then in the summer it would be extra dining room space. So I don't think that there was an obligation, or at least I didn't try to suggest that there's an expectation that Ski the Bees should raise $180,000 to have a room. Certainly, because
that's how when I listened to the hearing, that was my takeaway.
Yeah, now I don't think, because the room would be multi-purpose. So in other words, it wouldn't be just solely for your use. It wouldn't be like we would have a lease arrangement or something. We're also expecting you to build. But I do appreciate your comments about wanting to extend your effort even further in terms of fundraising. The city, as you know, always looks for public-private partnerships wherever we can to minimize impact on taxpayers. But you obviously have got a full plate just trying to raise
the funding for the snowmaking equipment. I certainly, personally, I can say I certainly recognize that, appreciate your efforts, and I know it's a challenge given the conditions that we're facing, which are out of our control. So I just wanted to clarify to you that just as you further discussions within the group, that's what I was getting at. And I guess my real question was the value to Ski the Beav of having such a room that you could utilize in the winter for storage of equipment.
We don't, Ski the Beav does not have a whole heck of a lot of stuff. Most of what we have is we have some skis that we offer up for on loan for free that are sitting in a trailer right now that is moved adjacent to the parking lot each winter and is then put behind the storage space at Beaver Meadow in the rest of the season. And for now, that's all we really need. In the clubhouse design process, there was a lot of discussion about space for skiers that could be used for things that skiers do, such as a space to wax skis to get them ready. If you're applying kick wax, there's a need for space for the high school and middle school teams to keep their skis somewhere. I think I've bored the city council with this in the past, that one of the challenges is that there's no real place to keep your skis at the school, and so they wind up getting stashed in classrooms, which has led to kids having their skis getting locked in a classroom prior to a race. So the fact that there isn't a place for the teams has been a challenge in the past, and so when we were asked what would you use space for, that was a thing that came up. I would say those are sort of nice to haves. Those are not essential to haves, and there are workarounds for all those things. Today we have workarounds that more or less work. So the question of would the ski community participate in raising extra funds for this extra space that would make this possible, I think is something we have to go to our community and ask and see if they'd be willing to put their shoulder to the wheel and make that happen, and we just haven't had a chance to do that yet.
No, follow up. Thank you. I appreciate that. No, it was just a general question to get you to, what you just did, describe what the potential uses are and the convenience factor and other factors, waxing the skis, not having students have their skis locked up during an event. I mean, so those would be things that would obviously be beneficial to the group. That's all I was really kind of getting at. So, your best wish list would be, it would be wonderful if you could have that extra space, I assume, right? Rather than not have it.
Which is why spaces like that were included in the original clubhouse designs.
Okay, thank you very much.
Any other questions? Council Secretary.
Thank you, Your Honor. You talked about the peak at 50 skiers, right? What would be helpful to give our community and the kids the opportunity to be at that peak again? If we ask you today, what is an ideal plan for you?
Frankly, the most important thing is having consistent, excellent ski conditions. That's the most important thing. And you get that by having snowmaking and by having regular grooming. And we've cited the Weston Ski Track multiple times as the model that we're looking to roll out. The Weston Ski Track at this point, their BKL program, and BKL is kids, below 6th grade, has 300 kids in it. And it is because they have consistent, excellent ski conditions at a publicly accessible facility, and they have a similar nonprofit, the Friends of the Leo Martin Golf Course, that raises money, and largely what that nonprofit does is try to make the skiing more accessible to folks who are low income, because they have the facility, they have all the equipment they need, they're revenue positive because they have so many trail users, and so that nonprofit can then redirect its efforts towards increasing accessibility, which in an ideal world, that's where I think Ski the Beav would wind up in the future.
Thank you.
Seeing none. Thanks very much, Mr. Evans.
Thank you.
Survive.
Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening. Patrick Tompkins, Ward 1. Good evening, Counselor. And as a previous commentator, thank you all for the great work that you do. It's a tremendous service, and we appreciate it. I know that the work is hard. I'm here to speak on behalf of Beaver Meadow. I want to note that I'm president of NHTI, and our golf club uses Beaver Meadow, but that is not why I'm here tonight. I'm here really just as a citizen. I'm not a golfer, and I aspire to never be a golfer, because I think it's important to have goals. But, I've been in Concord for a couple or 3 years, and the way I got here is somebody called me up and said, Patrick, there's a job in Concord that I think is good for you, and I think Concord's a great place to raise a family. And my, was that man right. And we are so happy and so blessed to be in this great, great city, in this high-quality city. And I've lived in different places in the country, Iowa and Oklahoma, and multiple places in Virginia and Pennsylvania. And when you have a city of this quality and a capital city, a public golf course, that's one of the things a city like this has. It doesn't benefit me personally, except that it benefits the entire city. Another thing that I think is important to consider is, Mr. Mayor, you love to tout how we're on lists of most desirable places to live, most livable places, greatest places to raise families. But if you bring a guest to Beaver Meadow, you know, from outside Concord, that's not a good look for the city. And that's how cities start going down. We don't take care of essential infrastructure. We like to think of golf courses as nice to have, but the things that surround the daily life of the city are essential. So I think that the public discussion about the golf course has been incredibly healthy. I congratulate the people who have been participating in that. I congratulate the city manager for going back and looking at it again and seeing a new design and in good New Hampshire tradition, trying to be as frugal and as modest as possible. And I appreciate that, but I hope that the council will move forward on Beaver Meadow. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Tompkins. Any questions for Dr. Tompkins? Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
There's a hand there, yes. Welcome.
Hello, all. Thank you so much for your time. My name is Erin Waters, and I am the Concord High School Nordic ski coach. One of the three. I'm the head coach, and I've been coaching for about 6 years. But not only that, I grew up in Concord, and I learned to ski through this program. I'm not from a family that would take me up to go skiing places. They learned about it through the middle school program, and I went on to ski in college, and I could talk all day about the impact that skiing has had on my life. It has been incredible. It has taught me resilience. It has taught me how to be strong and how to communicate effectively. I could go on. But I want to talk about the impact that snowmaking at Beaver Meadow would have on my athletes. These kids are so focused and so dedicated, and when we have an off snow year, like we do frequently, but when we have an off snow year, we lose kids. Those kids are not going to other sports. They're not going to, like, the basketball team. These are kids that they're skiing or they're not, and they're losing time outside in the winter. We live in New Hampshire, and it's so easy to never go outside for like 4 months, even though it's getting warmer. But it can, 40 degrees is still nothing to sneeze at. And so these kids are incredible. They will go up to Holderness, which is a phenomenal facility, on the coldest days of the year. And I will be dreading it because I think I'm gonna have to figure out how to keep them occupied for 2 hours. And I will have to drag them back onto the bus because they are having so much fun. It is so wonderful to see. Holderness and Proctor are phenomenal facilities, and we are so grateful to be able to use them, especially to learn hills. However, I've learned this through experience, that teaching brand new skiers is kind of hard at a place like Holderness. There's limited flat terrain, and it can get a little bit scary when you're first learning. By the end of the season, these kids are pros. They've got every downhill. They're good to go. But when they are first learning, it is intimidating and scary, and they want to be with their friends and having fun, and Beaver Meadow gives them the opportunity to do that. The other thing about skiing is, it's a sport. We have races. There are times, it's really a lesson in play and growth, and a lot of these kids' time is spent just exploring the outdoors, exploring what their bodies can do. It's not about time. Like, it's great to win states, super fun. It's not about that. It's about getting these kids out, getting them trying to set goals for themselves. And just like 2 years ago, I would joke that I think we had the widest ability level of any sport, of any team in the state, because we had kids that had literally never seen snow before joining our team. And we had kids that were gonna go on to ski at high levels in college. All those kids can exist on the same team. We are here if you wanna learn to ski. How many high school sports can say that? And so I really appreciate all of your time. This sport is incredible. Having adults learn to ski, Beaver Meadow's the place to go. It is so much fun. We also had our first year, this year was the first year in my 6 years of coaching, I think, that we've ever had the first day of practice on snow. That's not because we got natural snow, it's because we had a demo of the snowmaking system, just to be clear. And that made a huge difference. We had some kids who were brand new. That's how they got into it. And watching the kids excel is really fun. Watching the kids who are just learning is exhilarating. They are so fun. So that's all I have.
Excellent. Any questions for Ms. Waters? Councilor Brown.
Yes, so if Beaver Meadow was the home base, you would then only go to Holderness and Proctor for races, or would you still go there?
We would probably go to Holderness or Proctor on a Saturday, rather than taking 4.5 hours out of their day on a school night, or my day on a school night too. It's a lot of time. I'm exhausted and I don't know how the kids are doing it. But one of the joys of skiing is that you can go to all of these different places. So yeah, we would probably still go to Proctor and Holderness on occasion. This year we went 4 days a week. That's how we keep up.
Follow up?
Follow up.
If you were to go on the weekend, how is that transportation funded?
It's through the school. It's the same as a week.
Okay.
During a weekday, same deal, different time slot.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Any other questions?
Just to say thank you.
Yes, thank you all.
Thank you for thank you for your enthusiasm and commitment to our kids.
Of course, I love this.
Well, yes.
Good evening. Hi, this is my first council meeting in the 35 years we've lived here. My name is Bill Whitmore. Been a homeowner. I'm the former athletic director from Concord from 90 to 2006. I want to speak on a couple issues, and they're all valid issues. I tell you, I love the enthusiasm, and I've worn their moccasins, so I know where they're coming from. The skate park. My wife in the early 90s started this skate park. She was the founder with our son, who loved inline skating. He's now the basketball coach at the University of Wyoming. I say that because it's the perception of that group of students. It was that in 90s, and it could be now, because they don't have organized teams, they don't have officials, the parents don't sit in the sidelines watching the game. It is a valuable, valuable experience for those youngsters, and they deserve to have a facelift at the skate park, which is right along the river. And when you drive Loudon Road, inevitably you're going to hit one of those lights, and you're going to look over, and you're going to see the water, and you're going to see the skate park, you're going to see Everett Arena. What a toast of the town it would be to have a nice venue. The last park we went to was in Laramie, Wyoming. I try to get to a park in every city we travel. They knock your socks off. The kids here deserve the funding, they deserve the support, because what they do is as valuable as any other program that the city offers, whether it's youth, high school, and beyond. That's one. The second one is in 1990, when I was fortunate to get hired from upstate New York to be the athletic director. There were 2 districts that were the outstanding districts for academics and athletics in the state. One was Hanover, the other was Concord. Memorial Field was the showcase for the state, for state tournaments, for athletic venues, for people to gather, to spend money in the city, to have a first-class operation. I'm sorry to say that, I'm glad to see that the money is, hopefully will be supported for the $1.5 million to increase in the buildings at Memorial Field, the track, the tennis courts, the stadium, they're liabilities to happen. And I've been at 9 different schools all over the country, from California to Vermont. And if you do that, what you need to do is you need to budget a plan every 10 years or 8 years for the track renovation. If you get a turf field, turf fields expand this community. The fields are all run down because they're overused. I've had turf fields at other schools I've been to, and it's 24/7. You can rent them out at night. They have the lights. It's really the way to go to improve the experience for everybody. Right now, you can't get on fields because of the rain, the inclement weather. When I was the athletic director in Bedford, our kids were practicing because they had turf fields and we had lights. Concord is missing out on those opportunities, and with the capital and with just the atmosphere that we have, and you want to project, we need to have first-class athletic facilities that are maintained, just like Nordic skiing, which is a great sport. So I'm a proponent of that. Kudos for everything you do. Like I said, this is my first meeting in 35 years that I've lived here. I appreciate what you do. It's hard work. Everybody who came up here and all the programs deserve your attention, and you'd love to pay for all of them, but you can't do it. But skate park is really valuable. Memorial Field speaks on its own. It's just long overdue. It's old. It's old, and it's a liability. The stands, the track, the parking, it just really needs to be done. So good luck with all your decisions you have to make.
Thank you. Councilor Keach.
I can't thank you enough for your testimony, sir. Thank you very much.
Jeez.
Thank you.
Oh, you're welcome.
Hang on.
David does have a question. I'm sorry. No, that's all right.
Oh,
I
no,
think
so
now.
he's Counselor Keach now. Okay.
Yeah.
Got it.
I was hoping Councilor Keach had a question, but thank you very much,
All
Mr.
right.
Whitmore.
Thank you.
Did anyone else say, yes, sir?
Thank you. Scott Patorni here. I live in Ward 10, and I'm the head Nordic ski coach at the St. Paul School. The SPS Nordic team averages about 30 skiers per year. And the points made by Sam Evans-Brown and Aaron Waters all apply to St. Paul, so I'll just say, if it could work out the possibility of snowmaking on more reliable early season snow and throughout the season would be a huge benefit to our team as well. Thank you.
Any questions?
Yeah.
Councilor Brown.
Yes, would St. Paul School consider donating some money towards this project?
It's my expectation that we would contribute financially for the use of the trails there.
Any other questions? Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Any other, yes?
Good evening.
Good evening. Welcome.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council members, and fellow residents. My name is Josh Craigie. Thank you for your devoted time and community service to Concord. I appreciate it very much. Firstly, I want to acknowledge the dedication and the commitment that the Concord Skate Park Association has put into this project. As a lifelong resident, local homeowner, business owner, as well as a proud byproduct of skateboarding, I am here to express on record my gratitude, love, and deep appreciation for this city and what skateboarding has done for me. My personal journey in skateboarding started here in Concord many decades ago, and ultimately shaped the trajectory of my entire future. From the way that I see the world through a very unique perspective, creatively, it gave a kid like me with limited financial resources, excess time, and an abundance of energy, a place to call home. It provided me with friendships, courage, access to art and artists, music, exercise, and numerous positive reinforcements. It has taught me many lessons, but specifically to always get back up and try again no matter how many times and how hard you fall. My moral compass was shaped dynamically by skateboarding and by my fellow peers, by my fellow skateboarders. I can attest tonight, as a so-called adult, that providing funds to continue the long legacy and tradition of skateboarding in this town will not only harness these same gifts that I received, but hereby recognize the positive impact and return on this investment for so many generations to come. Skateboarding gave me family, friends, and love when I needed it most, and Concord today has shown me that it has what it takes to adapt, fund, harness, and welcome people like me into its past, present, and future. And I appreciate your time. Thank you very much.
Any questions for Mr. Creighton?
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Good evening. My name is Roger Job, and I live on School Street here in Concord. I've been a lifelong resident. I'm here to speak just a couple of brief points about the Beaver Meadow project. First of all, I look at Beaver Meadow as a cultural melting pot. If you look at the people that go there, it's juniors, it's seniors, it's women, it's cultures from all over the world that are welcome there, and Beaver Meadow is a unique place. Secondly, I just want to say that Beaver Meadow is a going concern right now. We did, I think, last year over $2 million in revenue. It's a going business that needs to be attended to, and my feeling that the city manager has come up with a reasonable plan to address concerns by some of the taxpayers, and I fully support the Beaver Meadow project.
Thank you. Any questions for Mr. Jobin? Councilor Brown.
Yes, I just firstly would like to say how much I appreciate your gardens on School Street. They are beautiful, you work hard, put a lot of effort, and everyone loves them that passes them. So thank you for that. I know that I believe that you are involved in the long-standing tournament, The Harvest. I see bumper stickers, flags, hats, somebody's even got a license plate. How many players played in the 50th anniversary of The Harvest last year?
I don't really know. I think it was probably over 100.
Thanks.
And they donate money to the Concord Boys and Girls Club. So it's that's one of the things about Beaver Meadow. All of the tournaments that are run there, and there are dozens, probably generate hundreds of thousands of dollars of revenue for local nonprofits, and it's a great thing.
Councilor Keach.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Jobin, I just had a quick question. Is it your opinion that adequate public input's gone into this decision thus far?
I think there's more than enough public opinion. There's a lot of people that have a different perspective on Beaver Meadow. They think it's an elitist place. My comment about the cultural melting pot is that I think Beaver Meadow is one of the most welcoming places for people to go, whether they're golfers or just learning or whatever. I think there's been plenty of discourse back and forth, and as I said earlier, I think the city manager has come up with a reasonable plan. I've spoken to many people that have said to me, look, it's too big. I'll support it, but it's got to be cut down. You've got to cut it. And I think that that's pretty much what's happened with the latest round of the plan. It's not what everybody wants, but it's suitable to take care of Beaver Meadow, I think.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Thank you, Mr. Jobin. Yes.
Thank you. See.
Hi, welcome.
Thank you to all of you. My name is Jennifer Fletcher, and I wish I was home right now, but I just want to say I support and agree with everything I believe it was Linda Matledge that spoke first regarding Beaver Meadow, so I'm not going to repeat anything she said. And also, I believe your name was Roger. I echo his sentiments also. One thing I would like to stress is when the course is referred to as elitist, as a member there, I take offense to that. I view it where I play with senior citizens in the morning. I guess you could call me a senior citizen, but the point is some of them are 86 years old. There's one gentleman, he's 92. And what I'd like to say is these guys worked their whole life. They're retired, 86, right? And they saved so they could play golf. They enjoy it. When you think about it, some people, when the winter comes, they're in their houses. They don't go out. Some of these senior citizens, they're single. They're by themselves. They may have lost their spouses. I know a few of them that have. And the point is, I think of this state, I think of the country, depression, right? Here's an opportunity for people, whether they're young, middle-aged, old, you get out, you're outdoors. Obesity's a problem. It's exercise for 4 hours. It provides socialization. If you have a clubhouse, that's nice. After you play golf, you can meet up with people, talk to them. You're not stuck at home alone. You're meeting new people. So to me, there's value in things beyond monetary value when it comes to that communication, connection, socialization, exercise, getting out there. There's so many intangible benefits that go far beyond. And when I think of, I think he left, but the city manager, I think it's great that he.
Yeah,
He can't leave.
We often think that.
I just want to say that I think
The man who wasn't there.
I think he did a great job coming up with a proposal that I think it's agreeable, at least as a taxpayer myself. I think it's a great solution that he's proposing for all parties. Yes, money's involved. Yes, taxes are involved, but so is everything else you guys talk about. This is a good investment as far as I'm concerned. I just wanted to come up here as a citizen of Concord and express my opinion. So there you have it.
Thank you so much. Any questions? Thank you. Councilor
I
Sekou?
just want to say, it's not a question, but I just want to say thank you because it's very important to highlight all the common goods that come when it comes to any other exercise or any other city asset or anything that comes with it. And you highlighted all of those things. So thank you.
Thank you. Would anyone else like to testify? Yes.
I promise to be very brief.
Welcome.
My name is Tom McMullen, taxpayer of Ward 5. This was an astounding 4.5 hours for me. I won't ask the city manager's office to calculate, but I could not believe how many hundreds of thousands of dollars, maybe millions of dollars that you're spending on designs and feasibility studies and can we do it studies. Delay, 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 delay. My wife was on the Concord Public Library Foundation 30 years ago. That building is still in very bad shape. After a lot of work was done those years to make an improvement. And now in front of you, you've got the Beaver Meadow project, which I fully support. Been looking at this for a couple of years now. It's not a massive project. It's relatively reasonable. The city manager has put some great thought into, I think, is a very good compromise that solves a whole bunch of issues. There's no need to really wait anymore. We've had the discussion. You see the sentiment. What makes sense for this city? The building is in very sad shape. It's embarrassing to bring guests, frankly. Mr. Schweiker would have us put a new roof on it, but that will not fix the ADA or safety issues that exist. There's really only one choice, in my opinion. Take the compromise position. Do it now. Don't wait. Don't spend more money. Just do it, please. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for Mr. Mullen?
Thank you.
Thank you very
Thank
much,
you.
sir. Would anyone else like to speak? Yes. Welcome.
Hi. Hello.
Hello.
My name is Aislinn Caleb. I live in Ward.
I'm sorry, what's your name?
Aislinn Caleb.
Thank you.
Yes, I live in Ward 6. I want to thank you all for putting so much work into all of this. It's like the last person said, it has been an astounding 4.5 hours. Very interesting though. So I wasn't initially going to speak, but I wrote a few thoughts down from my perspective as just a Concord resident. I'm not a golfer. I have no stake in this really, but I've been paying a bit of attention to this issue on the clubhouse, and I wanted to share my thoughts. Based on what I heard here tonight, there's no real plan for this golf course to turn a profit, just the idea that if you build it, they will come. What I'm hearing is the assertion that if we build the clubhouse, the course may finally operate in the black. I know that Beaver Meadow loses money annually, not every year, but it seems like more often than not. And we have no idea if we build a new clubhouse that it will attract enough people to consistently generate revenue to turn a profit. I'm wondering why we're willing to chance this. I'm wondering why we can't first be presented with some sort of solid business plan for Beaver Meadow to consistently turn that profit. It is great that we have municipal golf, and honestly, I had no idea until tonight how great Beaver Meadow is for our skiers. I think that is fantastic that they have a place to go and that we're going to have, or that we potentially will have these snowmaking operations. That's wonderful. But I don't believe that the city should be giving out what feels like a $6 million handout or bailout really to Beaver Meadow without, again, some sort of plan for it to operate in the black beyond the thought that this clubhouse will bring a lot of people. Finally, and I've been thinking about this a lot actually, the juxtaposition between the clubhouse issue and the issue that we were talking about earlier. I feel if we put as much passion and care and attention into solving our unhoused crisis than we have been pouring into this project, we would not have to discuss what to do about the people under the bridge at exit 13 or at Healy Park. I feel like we'd have people off the streets with this kind of energy. And it's just, to me, kind of telling what the priorities are here, and I think that we can do better. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Anyone else like to speak? Going once? Going twice? Well, thank you all for your testimony. Thank you all for sticking with us during the evening. I will entertain a motion to adjourn the Finance Committee. Moved by Councilor Keach. Seconded by Councilor Foote. All in favor, signify by saying aye.